Good evening and welcome to Beaumont City Council meeting for February 18th, 2025. We will call the closed session to order at 5 o'clock. Can I have roll call, please, Nicole?
Councilmember Fenn,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember White,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt, Mayor Lara.
Here. John, would you please read the items for closed session?
Yes, the first item, B1, is conference with real property negotiator. The property is 6.26 acres of vacant land, described as north of West 4th Street and south of State Road 60, east of Beaumont Crossroads. The negotiating parties are the City of Beaumont as potential purchaser, Lassen Development Partners LLP as the seller. And then item B2, again, conference with real property negotiators. Property description is in the agenda. The agency negotiator is the city manager, Elizabeth Gibbs, or her designee. And the negotiating parties are the City of Beaumont as potential purchaser and Doug Jones as potential seller. Item B3 is conference with real property negotiators. And the negotiating parties are the City of Beaumont as potential purchaser and A. Ginsberg L. and Holdings as potential seller. Item B4 is conference with labor negotiators.
Hey.
And the agency designated representative is the city manager, and the employee organization is the Police Officers Association. And then item B5 is public employee performance evaluation, the city manager.
Thank you. Let the record reflect Mayor Pro Tem Voigt is here. Also, this meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided at the front of the agenda. Nicole, do we have any public comments on any of the closed session items?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, with that, I will adjourn to closed session. Okay, we are back to regular session. I'm going to call this regular session meeting to order at 6:03. Have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember White,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Here.
Mayor Laura.
Here. Mr. Pinckney, can you report out from closed session, understanding that we do have to go back to closed session after?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item B1 was conference with real property negotiators. The property is described in the agenda. The negotiating party, City of Beaumont, as potential purchaser, and Lassen Development Partners LP as the potential seller. And there was no reportable action taken on that item. Item B2 was conference with real property negotiators. Property, again, described on the agenda. The negotiating party, City of Beaumont, as potential purchaser, and Doug Jones as potential seller. There was no reportable action on that item. And then item B3 was conference with real property negotiators. The negotiating party, City of Beaumont, as potential purchaser, and A. Ginsberg Land Holdings as potential seller. There was no reportable action. Item B4 was conference with labor negotiators, the agency designated representative, City Manager Elizabeth Gibbs, the employee organizations, the Police Officers Association. There was reportable action on that item. There was a motion to approve side letter number 6 to the 2022 through 2026 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Beaumont and the Beaumont Police Officers Association. Motion was made by Mayor Laura. The second was made by Councilmember Martinez, and the vote was as follows. Mayor Laura voted in favor of the motion. Councilmember Fenn voted in favor of the motion. Councilmember Martinez voted in favor of the motion. Councilmember White voted in favor of the motion, and Mayor Pro Tem Voigt voted in favor of the motion, so the motion passed. And item B5, as you mentioned, Mayor, we're going to go back into closed session after open session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinckney. That brings us to, get my glasses back on. We have no request for absences, excuse me. This evening, we'll have invocation by Councilmember Finn with the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember White.
Good evening, everybody. For ease of use of the microphone, I'm going to remain seated, but you're welcome to stand or be seated, whatever you're comfortable with. So let's pray. Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for the opportunity to gather here this evening to discuss the matters of the City of Beaumont. And we're so appreciative of the beautiful city that we live in and the many blessings that Thou hast bestowed upon us. And we're appreciative of our local elected officials, our city staff, and our many volunteers who give of their time to make our city better. And we ask Thee to bless them in their efforts and help us all to serve in to the best of our abilities and to set a good example to one another and to be loving and kind to one another, and help us as a council to make good, wise decisions that will be in the best benefit for our city. Again, we're grateful for the many blessings that Thou hast bestowed upon us. And we ask Thee to please protect those who are protecting us, our police, fire, and military, and be with them and watch over them and keep them safe. These favors and blessings we ask in the sacred name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
Okay, adjustments to the agenda. We do have one adjustment. That would be moving item J3 up just ahead of J1 under action items. I don't think we have any other recommendations for adjustments to the agenda. Seeing none. Do we have any conflict of interest disclosures this evening? No conflict of interest this evening?
Mayor, I have a conflict on item J7. Although I'm not a member of the Beaumont Cherry Valley Rotary Club, I am a Rotarian, and I will be recusing myself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gibbs. With that brings us to item E, announcements, recognition, and proclamations. E1, Veterans Expo Services Certificate of Recognition. Councilmember Finn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as the council is aware, we do an annual Veterans Expo in January, and each year we've gotten better and better, and our attendance has improved. To the point where we're seeing guests in the amount of 300 to 500 people coming out. And so we appreciate the council support, city staff on that as well. And so on behalf of our Pass Area Veterans Expo Committee, we wanted to give a certificate of recognition to the city of Beaumont for their support. And I was an extra thank you for seeing all of our city council members present that morning. So we appreciate that. So Mayor, I'll hand this to you, and we appreciate the support. Thank you.
And Councilmember Finn, we do appreciate you and your efforts in that group, as well as doing the emceeing for this.
All right. It's an honor. Thank you.
Brings us to F, public comment period. Items not on the agenda. Any one person may address the city council on any matter not on this agenda. There is a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits city council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing comments to the city clerk's office or by calling and using the number provided on the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form located at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. Nicole, do you have any public comments at this time?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay.
I would like to speak, please.
Do you have a card handy by chance?
I didn't get a chance to fill out one yet, but I will.
That's fine. Mr. Cristaldo, go ahead.
Thank you. Several months ago, Nicole read a letter saying a flag to the city to use for the memorial area. I think it was Wednesday night or the Thursday night after your council meeting, I received a call from Doug Story. He left a voice message. I'd like to play it, but maybe he doesn't want it heard. But of all the things that I've done in the community, I never had somebody ever call me and thank me the way he did. I think you have a very good employee here. I am proud of what he said. He made me feel good. And I'll tell you the truth, I didn't get to sleep till about 1 o'clock in the morning thinking that, wow, that's a really great employee. And I would just like to let you know, he's a really great guy and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cristaldo. I appreciate hearing that. Okay, there are no additional public comments. We'll take, brings us to the consent calendar. Item G. Items on the consent calendar are to be taken as one action unless the item is pulled for further discussion. Here are at the end of the action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolution to be read by title only. Do we have any items to be pulled, or do we have a motion to approve?
Mayor, I would like to pull an item.
Yes, sir.
It is the one with the development agreements, G6, I believe.
G6, any other items to be pulled? Do we have a motion to approve the remainder?
Yes, Mayor, I will move to approve items G1 through G5.
I'll second.
A roll call, please, Nicole. Roll call, please. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Item G6, Councilmember White.
First of all, thank you. I think this is something that I've really been looking for many years at this point. So I appreciate the work that went into this. My first primary question is, I would like to go into this a little bit deeper with each of the different development agreements
And I don't know if you're prepared to do that tonight or if you would rather have on an open session item.
I would rather be prepared, so if we can do it as an open session item.
Yeah, so here's my thought, and I'm just going to throw some, since we're going to do it again in an open session where you have time to prepare, that was my concern. I didn't want, this is something, you don't know how long I've been waiting for this, so I do appreciate this. So I'd like to look at some of the factors of some of these development agreements. For example, the first one, 200 acres. It doesn't look like any homes have been developed on that. That's also expires in 2029. And I believe Sundance specific there is primarily party. I don't know what's happened with, how many more homes they can build there. Those are the kinds of questions I'd like with that one. The term that comes up a lot, and maybe it's a good time to ask our finance guys who are here, the term that comes up on a number of these is the DA allows for phasing, community facility districts, CFD, and fee rates are not locked. What does that all mean? So could we ask one of, I don't know whether that would be a Michael Bush or
I don't know what the report even says. Do you have a report?
this is a summary of the development agreements, and in there, there's a term.
I don't have,
We don't have a hard copy of it.
Lloyd, can you read the language you're looking at?
Yes,
Brian or I can answer it.
Yes, the term and this is a summary. It talks about being consist of tentative maps, EIR, and addendums. And then it says the DA allows for phasing, community facility district, and fee rates are not locked. And that's on 3 or 4 of these.
Okay. Good evening, Councilmember White, Mayor Lara, Councilmembers Brian Forbath from Stradling. So I think what that summary is saying is a lot of development agreements allow for development to occur in phases, not all at once, and discrete segments of it. And then it also sounds like it provides for or either provides or requires the city to form a CFD in order to finance public infrastructure. And then the third piece of that is a lot of times in development agreements, there will be a lock-in of fees at that time that the development was entered into. It sounds like what you're reading to me is that the fees are not locked in and that those fees will be established either when building permits or final maps or whatever are pulled. Yeah.
Okay. And then I understand the last two. Again, I really would like to go over each one of these. Again, I don't want to make it a big deal tonight. I definitely don't want to put you at a disadvantage of having all the information. Any of these that are pretty much complete, I don't see any that are other than whatever that Sundance has still got left, right? It's got to be pretty complete at this point.
correct. I think there's just some homes in Altus that are still building at this point.
Okay. Because if there's maybe, I'm just throwing numbers out, but let's say there's 2,000 more homes that could be built, and they think they're going to stop it after 200 more homes. Is there a way to sort of complete the development agreement so that we all agree that you won't build the extra 1,800 homes? My big focus and concern are the CFDs.
Right.
So wherever, I was told years ago when we first started talking about this that CFDs are required in our DAs, and when you read the language, it doesn't really say required, but we've got legal opinion that says it sort of means required. And so when I see here, it says it allows for, to me, allows for is not the same as required CFDs. So I would like to look at these development agreements with that focus. And then what happens in that with one that expires in 2029? Or let's say one of these that haven't started building and it expires before they're done building. They come back for an amendment or?
They can come back for an extension.
Okay.
But that comes before the city council.
Okay. Okay, so I can be a little bit more specific if you want to ask me questions later, but.
Okay, and the resolution regarding the DA annual reviews and development agreements is from 1987, so when we come back, we can also take a look at that. it may need to be updated, but that would really be the direction of the city council.
The resolution currently has these reviewed by planning commission, and
Right.
we want them reviewed by city council.
Oh, I got you. Okay. I was told back in 2015, 2016, probably 2015, that we could stop the CFDs on future developments that already have development agreements with us if we want to go through a major multi-tens of $1 million lawsuit. So if that's where we are still, I'd like to know that.
So do we want to continue that and?
Do you need a motion to continue that to an open session item?
That,
It's not a hearing, right?
no, it's in open session. It's on the consent
Oh, I
calendar.
got
It was
you. Okay.
pulled, but you can request that it come back either at a, are you thinking like workshop or action item?
We can move,
I would recommend a workshop because some of these are pretty in-depth.
okay, so we wouldn't,
Lots of
I think if the council, is okay with that approach, then staff will take that as direction.
I don't know that we need a workshop.
Okay.
Okay, then we can do it as an action item. and
Yeah.
We can come
Yeah, I
back.
just didn't want to do it tonight because I don't think you guys are ready for my questions. So.
Do you have specific parameters that you want to bring them?
They
Like-
grow as we start to talk.
I see.
so we'll just make sure that that's just the only agenda item for that evening.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Obviously, March 4th would be cutting it probably a little,
It can be
I'm sure
done.
Katie would be happy to do it with her.
Yeah, it can be done in April. It doesn't matter.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, just
Let's shoot for April because we do have budget.
that's fine. April's good.
Second meeting in April, perhaps? Is that good for you?
That works.
Yes.
Okay.
And then if staff can get, some of the questions, we can certainly
Perfect.
dial down on that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White, appreciate that.
Continue then?
Yep. Okay, we have, brings us to item H, Youth Council Report this evening.
Do we have youth council? I don't see my reps
I don't
here.
see the blue shirt.
I don't.
I like the shirts. Those are-
Let me give me a second. I'll pull up that and I'll just do a quick review then.
Councilmember, Mayor, I'd like to just highlight a thank you to them while we're kind of looking for some things. We had somebody come to the Economic Development Committee. They always ask great questions. They're very focused and really bring to the table, I think, a refreshed sense that we have within some of our committees. So I wanted to say thank you for that because I really feel like they bring some inspiration sometimes and ask some great questions. We were discussing some downtown crosswalks and they were very excited for that opportunity. So thank you.
Oh, nice.
So basically, we went over the goals and objectives for the youth council, and they were approved by the council. And one of the big things we have going is that we are coordinating with the Banning Youth Council to have. So right now we have them coming over on the 4th to be in our meeting and to listen and exchange dialogue, and then we'll be going to their meeting also in Banning as well.
Oh, nice.
So that's kind of a new thing that they have going that they're excited about. We started a city council recap, so they were interested in what we were doing as council. So we developed a recap. My staff did a great job of putting kind of a highlight for them of what we did since November to present, which I was impressed. We did a, hold on, I'm still using my remarkable here. We talked about our subcommittee. They're going to be posting through the city things on our social media. So they're coming up with ideas and maybe photos and maybe small little videos that they're going to be doing. And then it'll go through Julie and it'll be posted that way. So they're excited about getting the word out and promoting Youth Council. And they also would like to possibly be highlighted in the city magazine that's coming up in our next issue. So they're working for that. So they have a lot of little projects they're working on. and I'm very impressed with their motivation and their willingness to step forward. It's a great group, like you'd mentioned, and they're very motivated, so I'm really proud of them. And lastly, of course, we took a tour of the PD department. Thank you, Chief, for allowing us to go in and invade the territory over there. They really enjoyed that, and it was nice to see them go around and look at what we have in there, so appreciate that.
Working along those lines of the strategic plan and communication, I like that.
Yes, see how it works?
Excellent. See, it all
a part of
all
my
ties
plan.
together.
And
Okay, go ahead, sir.
That's it.
That's it? All right, that brings us to action items. And as discussed earlier, we will make the adjustment to the agenda. Item J3, the First Amendment to authorization and cost-sharing agreement with Beaumont Crossroads.
And there's a staff report in your packet at item J3. And I have nothing to add to that. The recommended action in the staff report is to authorize the city manager to execute the First Amendment to authorization and cost-sharing agreement with Beaumont Crossroads.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinckney. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this particular item?
I have no written comments. I believe we have a caller on the line. Mia, do we have a caller on the line for J3?
Yes, I do have to call him back right now. If you just give me one moment.
Okay.
Success.
I got it.
Mayor, would you like me to go through the staff report while we're waiting?
Sure, you can do that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. The council approved a donation agreement with Lassen Development on November 19th, 2024 to acquire 6.26 acres of land north of 4th Street. In connection with the acquisition of the land, the city is required to perform certain environmental conservation obligations, which will be evidenced by the agreements identified in the staff report. Execute the conservation easement with Beaumont Crossroads Logistics 2 Park Association and Rivers and Lands Conservancy, whereby RLC will perform environmental mitigation obligations. Second, execute an endowment management agreement with Beaumont Crossroads and RLC to fund a portion of the endowment. And then third, execute the First Amendment to authorization and cost-sharing agreement with Beaumont Crossroads, whereby the city agrees to fund its fair share of the cost of the environmental mitigation project. The agreements are consistent with the terms of the donation agreement. Beaumont Crossroads is a property owners association for the Amazon warehouse project. The city and Beaumont Crossroads are jointly and severally liable for the liabilities associated with the environmental mitigation project mandated by the Army Corps of Engineers and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Concurrently with the recordation of the conservation easement, the city will be responsible to pay 24% or $29,387.04 of the sum of the total sum of $122,446, which is the compliance monitoring initial financial requirement. And it's for the purpose of reimbursing RLC for its costs and expenses incurred in connection with its acceptance of the compliance endowment and for fulfilling certain of RLC's obligations specified in the conservation easement for up to 3 years following the date of the agreement and the conservation easement. The city is also responsible for 24%, $148,173.36 of the compliance endowment of $617,389 that has been identified by the applicable endowment assessment as the funds required for the compliance monitoring. This joint and several liability could exceed the 24% amount agreed to by the city. However, the property is needed to allow acquisition of the is needed to provide access to property affected by the Potrero Interchange project. The fiscal impact is the cost of the environmental mitigation will be $270,619.36. The cost to prepare this staff report's been $350. The funding for the project is allocated through the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal year 25 through 29. And as I mentioned before, the recommended action is to authorize the city manager to execute the First Amendment to authorization and cost sharing agreement with the city, with Beaumont Crossroads.
Thank you, Mr. Pinckney. Do we have the caller?
Yes, I have him on the line. Caller, can you hear us? Caller, are you there? Can you hear us? He's connected. We'll try and call him back.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll open it up for council discussion if there is any. Councilmember Finn?
Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment. So this is a crucial puzzle piece to our Potrero Bridge project, and so I appreciate all the work that went into it and the creative thinking to get this done. So just a big thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Did we move this up
We did.
for a reason?
We did. We moved it up because we were going to have somebody attending remotely, but they're no longer attending, and so we
So
were
we
trying
can
to
move
get-
this back? to
You
another-
you could put this off and then
Till
come
we get
back
the
to it
call.
later, given that there's somebody that wants to speak on it that we're unable to connect with at the moment.
Do we get them back yet, or? If not, we'll.
I think it should be known that we discuss things like this in closed session because of the legality and the contracts and stuff like that. And we are very well versed on this. So it's not like we have no questions because we have no idea what we're doing up here. But
And the donation agreement has come before the council in the past. It
Yes.
involves a real estate transaction as well, so.
Thank you, Councilmember White.
We weren't able to get a hold of him.
I'm sorry.
We weren't able to get a hold of him. We
Okay.
called him back. No
What we'll
answer.
do is we will leave that in case the caller calls back. We'll go to item J1, reimbursement agreement with Meritage Homes of California, Inc., regarding proposed community facilities district number 2025-1, Fairway Canyon, Phase 4C.
Okay, thanks. Good evening, Mayor Laura, council members. Brian Farbath from Stratton Yaka again. So there's two different items before you this evening related to the next phase of the Fairway Canyon development that's being developed by Meritage. The first item, J1, relates to sort of what I would call sort of a standard reimbursement agreement in connection with the formation of a CFD, whereby the developer agrees to make a deposit with the city for costs associated for staff time, consultant time, et cetera, in connection with the formation of the CFD. They've agreed to make a deposit of $50,000 to pay for associated costs with it. And if and when the council were ever to decide to issue bonds and to proceed with the formation of the CFD and issue bonds, then that money would be reimbursed to the developer from the proceeds of the CFD bonds when issued. The one little minor wrinkle to this reimbursement agreement is it also has a provision in there. They've constructed a lift station that they're ready to dedicate to the city. And so in order to make sure that that lift station would be eligible for reimbursement from CFD bond proceeds if and when issued, there needs to be some sort of agreement amongst the parties related to that reimbursement prior to the dedication. Otherwise, it potentially becomes a gift of public funds issue if the developer has essentially dedicated the lift station without a promise to get reimbursed for it. So that's the first item before you. And I think, in the staff report lays out, I know that there's been questions before in the past about, the city's obligations to form CFDs and so forth. And so to go back memory lane a little bit, we talked about this, maybe it was a year, maybe it was 2 years ago in connection with the last Fairway Canyon CFD, that Meritage is the assignee of, I forget the original, it was really the SunCal, it was a very SunCal entities. And I think at that time, Councilmember White had asked us to confirm whether or not the obligation underneath the development, or whether the development agreement was expunged or terminated in the bankruptcy proceedings. We went back and did a bunch of diligence and went through that, and were able to confirm that no, the development agreement still exists and was not terminated as part of the bankruptcy proceedings. So that's the first item for you tonight. I'm more than happy to answer any questions about that if the council member has, any of the council has any questions.
Okay. Public comments on this one?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
Yes, I have one caller.
Okay, go ahead and send it through.
I believe the caller is the representative from Meritage.
Caller, can you hear us?
Yes.
Go right ahead. You're on with council.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Laura and council members. My name is David Hendricks. I'm the representative for Meritage Homes, and was unable to attend. Meritage. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. I just wanted to let you know that I am on the line. I was unable to attend in person.
Go right ahead. You're on with council.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor.
Sir, you'll have to mute your YouTube.
My name is David Hendricks. I'm the representative for Meritage Homes, and was unable to attend. Are you able to hear me? Yes. Okay. Excuse me.
Mr. Hendrick, can you hear us?
So I can say I spoke to one of the developer consultants, and I think Mr. Hendricks is on. If there's questions, he's available to answer, but I don't think he had anything to add necessarily on the reimbursement agreement action item. So,
Councilmember White, you have a question?
Yeah. Someone else can go first. I have to find
Mr. Hendricks, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. Are you able to hear me? I spoke to one of the developer consultants, and I think
You need to mute your YouTube feed.
he's available to answer, but I don't think he had anything necessarily on the reimbursement agreement action item. So, Councilmember White, you have a question? Yeah. Mr. Hendricks? Yes, I can hear you. Are you able to hear me? You need to mute your YouTube feed.
Not on this one.
Do we know the amount of the addition, what the CFD is going to cost the homeowners here?
I don't know. I mean, that'll be brought to you when we're not here tonight to ask for the formation of the CFD. This is just for the deposit and reimbursement agreement.
Do we have any idea what the construction or what the cost for what they need here?
I don't know the overall cost. I know I could tell you what the cost is in the next item that's on the agenda for what the water improvements are, because I got that from the consultant. But, I think the assumption should be that the developer is going to request a special tax rate that's in line with the city's goals and policies, which would include, I think it's up to 2%. And it would also include the public safety and maintenance CFD services taxes associated with it. I don't know what those dollars amounts are. That'll all be brought back to you, when we come forward with the resolution of intention in a couple of months here.
I'm trying to find somewhere in here. I'm glad you brought up the history with the bankruptcy of the Lehman Brothers, whoever else owned it at the time. Somewhere in here, and I thought it was in the actual agreement. The comment was made somewhere along the lines is they have the rights to it or it's like if they have the rights to it. There's, I thought I'd highlighted it, but somewhere in here, I looked at that and thought, my first thought was just what you brought up was, well, did we ever really settle that?
We did, Mr. Councilmember White. I think there was work done and a memo provided to the council on that topic back maybe 2 years ago.
Okay, and it says here that we, when the time comes, we are to take the money and write a check to the water district. Is that the way it works?
Are we talking about the next item?
You're talking about J2?
Oh, I'm
or-
sorry. That's why I can't find it, because I'm on J2.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
A question on J1 at all, or no?
I
You're
think
good?
that was the question I think I
Okay.
had for J1. That's why I couldn't find
I
it in
need some
here.
clarification, though. Let me get a chance.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, so this just, because I'm a little disconnected with the time frame. So right now, it's just the DA that we're talking about, the reimbursement agreement that we're talking about for the sewer lift.
Yeah, we would normally not come to you all
Yeah.
with a separate item for this, and it's really just because there's a little bit of urgency in that the lift station is complete and in the process of being, I don't know if Public Works is here, but is in the process of being accepted by the city. And so that's why the developer requested this come forward prior to the formation in order to make sure that there was the opportunity to get reimbursed for that
Okay,
improvement.
that's what
Yeah.
threw me,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
on my notes is it was out of ordinary.
Yeah,
So-
normally we would just take the reimbursement agreement to be part of the resolution of intention, but it's a little bit in advance, and we had the next item on the agenda, so it just seemed appropriate to bring it together.
All right, so by coming back and asking for the development of the district, that's a part of the developer agreement, so we're obligated to do that. But what goes into that reimbursement is not spelled out. Because what I'm wondering, are we opening the door now to go and start looking at infrastructure is going to qualify for this? Or are we just talking about one thing at this point?
At this point in time, we are just talking about the two things in the reimbursement agreement. One is we're requiring the developer to make a deposit in order to commence work on the project. Consultants have had a couple calls, but we haven't started drafting all the documents necessary to form the CFD. And that won't happen until the developer makes the deposit. And so by entering this agreement, the developer make the deposit, and then the city would agree to reimburse the developer if and when bonds are ever issued from the CFD. That's the first part of it. The second part of it is in connection with this dedication of the sewer lift station, which is quite frankly very common. The city has reimbursed for sewer lift stations, other sewer improvements, and undoubtedly most, if not all, of the CFDs that the city's formed.
But we're still going to need a list of what, and a dollar amount, of course, coming.
When we're going to come back with the resolution of intention, that'll be the list of all the improvements to be approved. There'll be a formal acquisition agreement, et cetera, associated at that time. So,
Okay.
Looks like we're good here. Do we have a motion on this one?
Mayor, I have the caller back on the line if you'd like to.
That'd be Mr.
You want to do this
Hendrick?
one? Oh,
Caller, can you hear us? Caller, can you hear us? I tried.
So Mayor, I'll move to approve the reimbursement agreement with Meritage Home.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. That brings us to item J2.
So the next item, J2, relates to the exact same development, Meritage Homes. And so one of what Meritage Homes is requesting is that the city finance certain water improvements that are required for the development of the district, for the CFD, the improvement area. And those improvements consist of about $6.4 million in water improvements to, I think it's Oak Valley. Hold on, I'll confirm real quick. I got a note. It's $6.4 million in water improvements to Oak Valley Parkway and Sorestem Drive. In order to do that, in order to finance improvements that are to be owned by another agency underneath the Melrose Act, the city would need to enter into what's called a joint community facilities agreement with that other public agency. That other agency is the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District. Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District has approved the form of this agreement to enter into this with the city. To my knowledge, there's only been one JCFA that the city ever did way back when with Cherry Valley back in the 90s. It hasn't, all the CFDs that the city has formed in recent years have all just been for city improvements and not the water district. But the developer has made a request that the city consider financing these water district improvements. And again, the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District has agreed to this JCFA if the city will also agree to it. So the way this would work is that if and when bonds are ever issued and approved by the city, there would be a separate construction fund that we would establish underneath the indenture, and it would be held by the city's trustee. And that money would be requisitioned to pay for completed water system improvements, just like the sewer lift station or just like roads that are done by the city, other than the fact that Beaumont Cherry Valley would be the one approving those requisitions and directing it to be paid to the developer. So that's essentially how the JCFA worked, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions associated with it. And I do know that this is what the developer, I think, wanted to talk about, but I don't know if he's still on the phone. No, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Forbath. Do you have any public comments on this, Nicole?
I'm afraid to ask. I have no written comments. Mia, do we have any callers on the line for J2?
No callers.
Okay, open it up for council discussion. Councilmember White, are you ready yet, or you want to?
I'll wait if someone else does.
All right, I just have a quick
Mayor-
question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No.
So what happens if we don't approve this?
Then the CFD will just finance city improvements, and there won't be any water district improvements to be approved.
Yeah, for now.
What is the benefit to the residents or the future residents if we approve this?
It's a good question, Mayor Laura. I'm not sure what the benefit is to the residents or not. I think there could be arguments about cooperation with other public agencies. That might be one argument in favor of it. Another argument opposed to it is, well, they're going to finance less improvements. Maybe that results in a reduction in special taxes. I'm not sure exactly how that would work at this point in time. I will say that joint community facilities agreements are quite commonplace in California and Melrose districts. Eastern Municipal Water District, which is one of the largest providers of water in Riverside County, they have JCFAs with City of Murrieta, City of City of Menifee, Wildomar, et cetera, all their places. So it's common, but again, I don't think there's anything in the development agreement that obligates you all to enter into a joint community facilities agreement. I think that's in your discretion.
Okay. Under the joint community facilities agreement that's attached, it also references CFD 2023-1. Why is that added? Because I thought this was only going to be in 2025-1. Is that because of the location of the water line, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. That might just be a typo. I think this is really just intended to be for the new CFD that was approved. I'll have to go back and just confirm that for you. But again, I think the intention here and what we would ensure is that this joint community facilities agreement only relates to this new Meritage joint community facilities agreement. So
does the city's involvement or city staff or our consultants, their involvement, is there going to be additional work that they would have to do in order for this joint that they would get reimbursed for?
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit additional work, and that would just come out of the bond proceeds. Again, I think Stradling, Spicer Consulting, and your consultants get paid sort of like on an hourly basis for work out of the developer deposit through formation. And then once the CFD is formed, we work on a contingent fee basis if and when bonds are ever issued.
Because the way that I read this and the way that I understood it is that the water district would have a separate, like a holding account, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
And the water district would get reimbursed directly from that. So does that mean that we would have to pull from that if we had additional costs that we needed to recover out of that, or is that?
No, the cost, there would not be any city direct cost out of this JCFA. It would all be from either bond proceeds or from the developer deposit.
And then the water district would be the ones reviewing the documents to ensure that all the work was done per the prevailing wages and all that?
Correct,
And they
yeah.
would sign off on that? That would be their responsibility?
That would be their responsibility.
Is there anything, one of the concerns that I have is the way that the CFD shows up on the tax bill, and it would be separate from ours, or is it all?
It would all
under
just
one?
show up as one CFD. There would be no mention on the tax bill. There would be no understanding at all that these improvements part of the improvements were for the water district.
Okay.
It would just show up as, City of Beaumont CFD 2025-1.
Okay, that's all I have for right now.
Yeah.
Councilmember White?
So on this one, did we have a dollar amount?
So on this one, again, from my understanding from the developer consultant was that the water improvements estimated costs are $6.4 million.
How many homes do we know?
It was in the staff report. I think it was like 300 and something homes, 366 homes.
Are these construction of these water facilities required for this development?
I believe they are. I'm the lawyer. I'm not the expert from a construction standpoint, but I'm assuming that that this is sort of required to provide water service for the development, and that without this,
Are only some agencies like cities and school districts able to create CFDs and?
no, the water district could, if the developer so decided, they could go to the water district and say, water district, you go form your own community facilities district, issue bonds to pay for the $6.4 million.
Yeah, we finally got a development approved with no CFDs other than public safety, and then our school district came in and put a CFD on the back end of that. But again, when you look at you look at your bill, it all looks like it's the city's CFD. Do we know what the JFCA was that we were entered into with the district before?
Councilmember White, it's been a really long time. When we first got engaged by the city in connection with sorting out sort of the mess that a lot of you all inherited back in 2015, we had to do a deep dive through a bunch of the existing documents in connection with sort of the forensic analysis of everything. And I recall that there was a JCFA for one of the 93-1 somethings way back when. But
when did you first start here working with us?
God, I think it had been 2015 or 2014.
Do you remember when I came on council, we were in a lawsuit with the water district where both our constituents, who are the same people, were paying both sides of the legal fees for that? Do you remember?
No, I was not involved in any of
Okay.
that, so I don't know. Yeah.
And that's one of my concerns with entering. And then again, I guess we collect the money, we reimburse the company for building the infrastructure.
No, so again, if and when bonds are ever issued, the bonds would sit held by the trustee underneath the indenture, and it would only be released upon a requisition from Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District saying that, as Mayor Lara mentioned, the facility is completed up to their standards, prevailing wage was paid, all the bonds, et cetera, were posted as required, and Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District would be certifying as to that in order to release the bond proceeds.
And then we would have to agree to their analysis or summary of the position. I mean, if they came to us and said, "Yeah, go ahead and release the bonds or the funds for it," and we say, "Well, no, we got some other issues that we're concerned about."
I think that could be subject to negotiation, Councilmember White. I mean, if the city would like, approval of their invoices, we could set it up that way, or we could set it up that they just approve the invoices and gets paid. That's subject to your discretion.
Yeah, I would just prefer the city's not involved
Yeah.
in any way, shape, or form on this.
So we could set it up that way if that's the desire.
What I'm saying is I prefer that we don't do a JCFA
Okay.
and we let the water district write their own. do their own CFD process if that's their decision at that point. That's where I'm at right now.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I am not in support of this. City bonds for city infrastructure. I think the water department can deal with that if they decide they need to go with that route. We're finally getting out of the CFD business. I'm glad that Councilmember White agrees that, we've done, with the exception of course services and public safety, we're moving in another direction. I've never been a fan of CFDs. It's our number one complaint from residents. So we finally are moving away from that, and now we're coming back. The only reason we've done the last one is because it was a part of the DA. So I'm not supportive, and for those reasons. Thank you.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you. So can the water district issue their own CFD?
Yeah, the water district could form a CFD over the same boundaries as this and have, their own CFD again. Again, I think the reason why, joint community facilities agreements are commonplace is because there's a lot of work and expense to form a CFD and issue bonds, right? And by allowing two public agencies to cooperate and form it together, reduce consultant costs and time essentially associated with it. So that's the reason why it gets done that way. But again, city's under no obligation to do it.
Okay, and then CFD 2025-1, is that expected to be 30-year bonds or 40-year?
Yeah, I think the expectation would be 30-year bonds.
Okay.
Yeah, that's consistent with all the bonds that
And
the city's
so
been issued.
with the $6.4 million cost on it, and you said 366 homes?
Correct.
So no interest at all, which obviously a bond's going to, collect interest. That's a $17,486 obligation per residence, and then divided by 30 years, again, with no interest. That's a $582 CFD, just that alone, let alone what other improvements are going to be needed down the road. So that could be a very expensive neighborhood when it comes to the CFDs. Brian, do you have any, obviously if we're looking out for the public's money in general, whether they spend the money through us, whether they spend the money through the water district, is there a significant savings by us administering the CFD since the city is more experienced with it and it's already there and it becomes a part of it, versus putting that burden on the water district where then they have the additional costs? Would that substantially increase this estimate that I threw out there?
Yeah, I don't, at the end of the day, Councilman Fenn, is, the developer is going to be limited to what the sort of ultimate tax rate the property owners are going to bear. The property owners are going to bear a 2% tax rate. Essentially, when you look at it, that's sort of the policies are, is your 1% property taxes plus school district GO overrides, all that, the services CFD for the city, and then there's gap right here of whatever it is, 0.5%, 0.7%, somewhere in that range. That's the capacity to issue bonds against. And so the question is all that capacity used through the city CFD, or some of that capacity going to be used from a city CFD and a water district CFD? At the end of the day, the developer, if the city says no tonight, they could go to the water district, and they can ask the water district to go form a CFD and issue bonds on their behalf, and there's nothing the city could do to sort of stop that. At the end of the day, the property owners will probably likely pay the 2%, and what it might mean is just the developer gets less money because there's more consultant costs and expenses associated with doing two of them versus one. So I don't think it necessarily impacts for sure the homeowner, but.
And so if we push this off to the water district and then the water district were to say no, then the builder's just obligated to put that in and pay for it up front, correct?
Correct, absolutely, yeah. I mean, the developer, it seems like, again, I can't vouch for this, but my understanding and belief is the developer's obligated to build these improvements no matter what.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just had one question. In the staff report, it states that the developer agrees within the JCFA to indemnify the city and the water district for any and all actions related to the JCFA. Can you elaborate on that?
So, I mean, again, if there's a lawsuit that arises out of the facilities to be constructed or anything associated with the developers agreed to indemnify and hold harmless the city and the water district associated with it. Again, you all and the water district are potentially doing this on the developer's sort of behalf, right, to encourage the development and so forth. And so the developer is essentially saying, well, because you're agreeing to do this, I'm going to agree to hold you harmless if something goes sideways on this.
Thank you.
I do have one last question.
Yes, Councilmember White.
All the other CFDs that we've done, have that money at all gone to building water infrastructure?
None of it's gone to water. None of the ones that I've been involved with. And the city is not a provider of water services, so we have not financed any water improvements for.
So any idea how that was getting paid without us?
I'd assume the developer was paying it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor, I do have the developer back on the line if you would like to open public comment again, but it's your discretion.
Sure. We'll listen to what the developer has to say.
Mia, can you transfer the line in? Caller, can you hear us?
Yes. Good evening. This is Dave Hendricks, again, representative for Meritage. If you would prefer, we could request a continuance on this item J2, and when I can be there in person, I'd like to be able to present additional information that I think would be helpful in your decision-making in regards to the necessity of the improvements. You know, there's over almost a mile of 18 24-inch potable, non-potable lines that are being constructed in Oak Valley Parkway, which is the final loop of connection for the entire Fairway Canyon community. And so there is a substantial public benefit to the completion of those facilities. And I regret I was unable to attend in person this evening. It was my intention, but I had other challenges that precluded my being there. So if you have additional information or additional questions, I would be pleased to attend in person and be able to walk through the discussions that we've had with the Water District. We've had over a year-long discussion in regards to the JCFA that's being presented this evening, and so I would like to give you the benefit of that information.
Well, I don't believe that that's going to be necessary, Mr. Kendrick. I do appreciate the offer. You've been working with the Water District for over a year. When did you contact the City of Beaumont?
Concurrently, we've been discussing, we formed 2023-1 was the first CFD, and that was for Area 4B. And during that point in time, we were sizing the entire project. And so we knew in 2025-1 that would be a point in time that the water improvements would be going in. They're serving areas 4C, but it is the final connections of all of the potable, non-potable water that provides the final loop for all of Fairway Canyon. So it was appropriate to include it in the 2025-1 as opposed to the 2023-1. So it's just based upon the construction timing. The improvements are scheduled to start construction. We're working with Public Works now on some final potholing, and the pipe's been ordered, and those improvements will be started construction in the next 60 days for the Water District improvements.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember White?
Mayor, I would like to have more information, and I'd be in favor of giving Meritage a chance to explain to us the public benefit of this, as well as, I don't think we have any idea, I couldn't find it, the dollar amount, right?
6.5.
Right, but I'd like a better understanding of that. With that 6.4 million.
Meaning you're looking for an itemization?
I just want an understanding because as I told you before, I'm inclined not to do this at all, but I think we should at least know all the facts. But again, if the rest of you don't need to know anything more, I'm good with making a decision tonight.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My concern is we're talking about water facilities that will be, financing. And that's something that we haven't crossed. And I don't think it's necessary because I think there's another mechanism for them to do that with the water district. I mean, I appreciate the comments from the developer, but it's not that we're questioning whether there's a necessity of the infrastructure. I mean, obviously it's a necessity and it's very important, especially to those communities, but that's not the discussion. The discussion is who's financing that. And it's a water infrastructure, makes more sense for the water district to finance that project. And that's where I'm going to stay with this. So I don't need any further information. If council decides, then that's fine. I'll listen, but that's my philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you. So as the comments made by Mr. Hendricks, I wanted to get clarified on. These improvements of $6.4 million for these pipelines, is it solely just for the 366 homes, or does this benefit other homes within Fairway Canyon and other completed homes?
Yes, it will be the final loop, and there is a potential for the construction of one additional water tank, which will provide either non-potable or potable water to boost the capabilities, the overall response time. For instance, for the LA fires, they didn't have enough elevated storage. So there is a future tank site that this infrastructure is supporting as well that will be a benefit to the overall community because, again, you'll have additional water capacity under high pressure should the need arise to service fire or other needs in the community. So there is a larger aspect outside of just the last 366 home sites. And there's also the addition, we have a 12-acre school site included in this development as well that will benefit from these improvements.
Okay, so then I agree with Mr. Martinez, and I would say no on this because it appears to me that this additional cost of the $6.4 million would be paid by 366 homes, yet benefit the rest of the other homes within Fairway Canyon. And so I don't think it's fair that the way that it's structured. And so my response would be no to this and let it go to the water district or let the developer take care of it.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
We don't. If we're not going to do it, just no one needs to make a motion.
Okay.
I don't think we make a motion not to do it, do we? Just see if there's a motion.
You do not.
In a second.
You do not.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Sounds like we have a consensus, so we'll move on to item J4, or J3, excuse me. We get the caller back on the line?
Mia, do you have the caller on the line for J3?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead and send it in. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Go right ahead.
Yes, this is Ron Roy, Fairway Canyon, and I've briefly read the cost-sharing agreement, and the prohibited uses for Exhibit B1 appear appropriate to protect the creek. However, these protections apply to land adjacent and west of the Hall-Lassen parcels. With Hall and Lassen in mind, if the city's goal for these parcels is to uphold the spirit of the 2017 settlement agreement, which preserves these parcels as open space for the public's enjoyment of various outdoor recreation uses such as permanent open space and land conservation, passive recreation trails, and bike lanes in perpetuity, then this is the right path. Please note that regarding the Hall property, the agreement states, the developer shall record a restricted covenant or conservation easement over the 10.95 acres of riparian and wetland habitat within Cooper's Creek to remain undeveloped. designated and managed as open space in perpetuity. Then note, for the Lassen property of 6.26 acres, the agreement states, the perpetual open space and land conservation covenant and deed restriction shall reserve in perpetual open space and land conservation that area marked 24, which is the 6.26 acres, while permitting as compatible uses environmental maintenance and monitoring and a passive recreational trail or bike lane. So, for both the Hall and Lassen properties, the city should not be considering any other land uses other than those supported in the settlement agreement. Any parcel modification on these same lands should adhere to the same intent. Therefore, given Hall and Lassen properties' ultimate uses, a right-of-way easement for the Hall property is not necessary. As we're finding with Nicholas Park project, park infrastructure access to Hall Lassen park space will be developed according to that open space recreation land use, allowing Beaumont residents to access the Hall Lassen park space for perpetuity. Also, and another point here, to avoid your pressing need for additional right-of-way for a Potrero interchange, please consider implementing a DDI interchange, which requires less acreage and is less costly, and maybe or a DDI park load, but I think that requires more. Okay? Remember who you work for. You work for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Any other callers?
Mia, do we have any other callers on the line?
No callers.
And if I can just clarify.
Sure.
So by this agreement, the city is going to be contributing to the cost to implement the plan known as the Habitat Mitigation and Monitoring Plan. So we're going to be picking up 24% of that cost under this, and we're being added to the cost sharing agreement.
Thank you very much for adding that. Do we have any motion?
I have a question
I'm
or
sorry.
two. I didn't see a land zone change in here. Am I missing something?
No, there is
So we're not doing anything
No.
to change any land zoning, right?
No, we are, the city is going to be paying its fair share of the cost to implement this monitoring plan.
Okay, and this, the way I understand it, this could impact the Potrero Interchange project, and Mr. Roy brings up the idea that we could go to a double diamond, and I agree, I like those interchanges better than what I think they're the future. However, we have a certain limited time to spend the money that we've gotten, and it took us how many years to get the design to the point where we are now and to get the money as well. So I highly support this. I think we definitely need to get this done. So if there are no other comments, I'll be happy to.
I'll make a quick one.
Sure. No, I'll let somebody else make a motion.
Robert, I think the double diamond would require a redesign of the entire overpass as well, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. We'd have to tear out the existing bridge
Right.
completely.
Okay, the other thing is that this also is going to prevent that property, one of the properties, from being landlocked. So we can't do that legally. We can't legally purchase property and then landlock another property, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. In the future item, we'll dedicate an easement. In this item, it's just the establishment of the mitigation measures.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarification. With that case, I'll make a motion to authorize the city manager to execute the First Amendment to the authorization and cost sharing agreement with Beaumont Crossroads.
I'll second.
Oh,
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. That brings us to item J4, appointments to the city committee vacancies. I'm sure there's quite a few people here waiting for that one, so thank you for your patience.
Good evening, council. I have before you a appointment process for the vacancies that we have on city committees. Currently, there is a resident member vacancy. We have 6 applicants. There is a correction to the staff report. There are 6 applicants on this one. There was one mistakenly entered in. For the Economic Development Committee, there is 1 vacancy for the post-secondary rep, 1 vacancy for the alternate member. And on the Board of Administrative Appeals, there are 4 vacancies. Before you are applications. I have contacted all of the applicants and invited them here this evening. We have one of them that attended via Zoom, and the rest should be in the audience here. I have the voting spreadsheet available if you want to use that. And I'll let you decide how you'd like to move forward with the interview process and selection.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nicole.
Mayor, can I ask which name was removed off of the FAC?
Felix Tafoya, his was inadvertently included in the finance and audit. His is actually an EDC applicant.
Is it, for clarification, is that the EDC alternate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. What I thought we would do for this one, since we have a number of applicants, we'll go ahead and call them up in order of application, and then we'll let them give their 3 minutes, and at that point, we'll do the ranking from top 1 to 3 or 1 to 5. I know how much you like that process. So
Well,
let's,
how many positions are there?
there are 6 candidates, only 1 position, so that should be fairly quick and simple then.
I was thinking maybe if we just went with top 3.
Sure, we can do that. I like that. So we'll start with Christian Fernandez.
This is EDC or?
EDC, no. This is finance and audit, I apologize.
Finance and audit, okay, thank you.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Yes, my name is Christian Fernandez. I've been in Beaumont for about 5 years now, Army veteran. Currently, I work at the March Air Force Base. I am the financial analyst there. I'm also the financial manager. Part of my duties there require that basically there are 2 types of funding that the base has. So every military base is like a city, pretty much. So we get appropriated funds and non-appropriated funds. So pretty much what I do is analyze all non-appropriated funds, which is money that is generated within the community, generated within the base. Appropriated funds do come from Congress. So pretty much what we do, or I do, is I review all the funding. I review the general ledger, all the balance sheets. I've reviewed the memorandum of agreements, what we call MOAs, which are essentially contracts. So we review all the contracts to ensure that they're favorable for both the client and also the base itself. That is a must-pay bill. It is an obligation. So pretty much what it is, we have to do a quarterly review, annual review, any kind of MOAs that come through. We also audit any kind of financial purchases. We also have a committee, a voting committee, which we call the NAF Council, which we sit there and we vote on any kind of spending, any items that need to be spent, any items that are pretty much purchased, or any kind of requests that are made amongst the members in the community. We also do a lot of, I do purchase cards orders, so anything is purchased within the community, the base community, like on a purchase card or government credit card, we analyze those purchases. I also do payroll audit, make sure that all the audits are done, make sure everyone is being paid correctly, and make sure that every member is being paid the way they're supposed to. And anyone who is an accountant or anyone who does human resources, we audit those payroll completely. But I'm a statistician by trade, so the last 5 years I've been assigned at March Air Force Base, where I'm in charge of the entire finance office. We do an asset test ratio to make sure every dollar spent is a dollar earned. We want to ensure that basically we don't overspend and so forth. And that's where I act as independent auditor. I make sure that pretty much any kind of spending, funding is proper and legal. One thing I do is, again, if I notice anything or anything sticks out or anything is illegal or anything is not correct, I collect the information, I reach out to the powers that be, I get a statement and I write it in a report, and that's the report I submit to the commander each month. But pretty much, again, we do a lot of, basically the city is, like I mentioned, the base is like a city. So we do a lot of, they do a lot of spending, a lot of purchases. Pretty much, their taxpayer dollars are what we call airman dollars. So we want to ensure that, everything is properly spent. We don't want to overspend. We don't want to create any fraud, or we don't want to create anything that would be, causes delinquency within that organization.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Want to have everybody come up and do that, or do we, and ask questions as a whole after? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez.
Okay, you're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Darnisha Beeler. Did I say that correctly? You did.
Hello, thank you for having me. So my name is Darnisha Beeler. I've been a resident of Beaumont for the past 13 years. I've been in the finance industry for 26 years. Actually, this March will be 26 years. Related to this role, why I actually applied for this position, one, because I'm all about community, number one. And two, I directly had impact for the past 13 years as a branch manager for JP Morgan Chase. And so in my role as a branch manager, obviously I got to make sure we have controls in place, so checks and balances, getting ready for CFPB audits. In addition to that, internal audits, and then, of course, managing my location, making sure things are in place, controls are in place, managing the house, I call it. In addition to that, I've served on two other boards, two other boards, where I didn't have direct impact as far as the finance committee, but I also helped review the P&L. Actually, that's what I do. Well, as a branch manager, that's what I do. Our performance is based off a P&L and a scorecard. So for the last 4 years, I've actually been in a community-based role where I partner closely with nonprofits and actually help them with their P&Ls. And I had 2 kids graduate from Beaumont High School. Councilman Martinez actually had one of my sons. Yeah, that's pretty much about me.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mayor, should we have the 3-minute timer on for these?
Yeah, so we don't have that running? Okay. Yeah, skip him. Next is Joseph Amaro. Is he on Zoom? Do we know? No? Jared? Nisani? Did I say that correctly?
You did, you nailed it. Hey, so I don't think I will need the entire 3 minutes.
All right.
My wife and I moved to Beaumont a couple years ago with our young son. He's 4 years old. And I believe this would be a great way for me to become a part and give back to my local community. I'm a CPA. I started my career in public accounting. I've audited countless businesses. I transitioned to a specialty consulting group where I worked in M&A transaction advisory, and now I work in consulting for private equity and venture capital firms, where I do a lot of the operations and fund admin. A lot of interest in becoming a part of the community here. I don't have a lot of experience with government at all, but my strengths really lie within being able to figure out and problem solve. With that, that's really all the time I need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miriam Marquez?
We have Miriam on Zoom.
Okay.
You're muted, Miriam.
Good evening. Could you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much for allowing me and accommodating me today. I had a last minute, I wasn't able to come out, but I appreciate the accommodation. Good evening, members of City Council. and Mayor Lara. My name is Miriam. I moved to Beaumont a little over a year ago. I think one of my biggest strengths is I like to learn a little bit of everything and a lot of the things that interest me. I have about, I have an associate's in liberal arts, an associate's in accounting, a certificate in bookkeeping, bachelor's in business management, and my master's in organizational leadership. So I like to learn a little bit of everything. I have about 10 years of knowledge and applied experience in California Revenue and Taxation Code and Board of Equalization annotations and letters to the assessor as they pertain to our local property taxes. And I believe with all the knowledge that I've obtained so far, I can effectively contribute to council by prioritizing effective solutions for our city and working alongside our residents to create a thriving Beaumont for everyone, I hope. But that's Miriam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maria Velarde Christ? That's it. So we'll go ahead and ask questions. Any council want to bring up one of our applicants? Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yeah, I just have a kind of a general question for each of you. Would you be interested, we have our appeals committee, if you are not chosen tonight, is there anybody who would not like to be considered for that role? Or maybe I should ask for people to raise their hand if they would like to be considered for that role. If you are not chosen, of course, for finance and audit.
No. I want to know, what is the appeals committee?
Well, that's,
A good question for staff?
I'm like, well.
The Board of Administrative Appeals is used on an as-needed basis. So if there is a process where someone appeals some sort of administrative citation, then we call on the board to listen to the appeal and make a decision. So it's only if there's an appeal that we call upon the board.
I can volunteer to do that if not selected.
Yeah,
of course.
Mayor, yeah, I don't always like that question at this point, because I don't want our decisions on who we choose for this position to be weighed on the fact that they're willing to contribute in another way. But I sort of do want to do what Mayor Pro Tem did and ask a general question of the group. These committees are really important to us, and we've had issues in the past with people being committed to be able to make it on a regular basis. And so I think that, is something that we really want you to think about. And if you don't think, I mean, right now, the Finance and Audit Committee meets just once a quarter. But it's important that we have as many people attend as possible. But this is always a problem for us. We always get we don't always, but recently we've been getting a large number of people who want to contribute. So we're trying to find ways. That's why Mayor Pro Tem brought up the idea of, would you be willing to serve in another capacity? But I'm good.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just a couple of general things. So I sit on the Finance and Audit Committee, and there are, from time to time, ad hoc committees that pop up, and those committees have to serve usually during the day, during staff time, before 5. And I think most of the applicants are working. So I just wanted to mention that if you do get selected and you become on, there's usually not a requirement, but a request. And it goes in kind of a rotation. So that might pop up, and of course that shouldn't preclude you. I understand that, but I just want to let you know so they didn't say, oh, I didn't know there was outside commitment. So there could be, if you can make that work. But if we have someone else that volunteers, then that's fine too. But if no one volunteers, then that becomes an issue. So I just wanted to let you know that. That's all.
Any additional questions? So do we want to go ahead and pick our top three? Okay.
Lowest score gets a 1? Or top person is a 1?
No, if some people are not getting any votes, we're only voting for 3 out of
Correct.
7.
Yeah.
So some people are not going to get any votes. If we go with the lowest vote, they win.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, okay.
So it needs to
So
be
the
3
scoring
for your
is
highest,
reversed of what we've
2
done.
for your second choice, and 1 for the final choice. That's my thought.
Just to clarify, I have 4 applicants,
Okay.
so you would have to tell me which 3.
We'll just, you know what, we'll rate our 3, top 4. Well, we'll just rate the 4.
That's fine.
From top being number 4, second being number 3.
It doesn't matter. If you're going to do all 4, you can do the low number or the high number. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I just need to know what number to write down.
Well, we'll do it with the top getting the 4.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready. Councilmember Finn, want to start us off? Or-
Yeah, mine looks
Wait a
like, mine's in, actually, it turns out to be in order as presented. So Christian Fernandez is 4, Darmisha Beeler 3, Jared Nasani 2, and Miriam Marquez 1.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, Darnisha Beeler, 4, Christian Fernandez, 3, Jared, 2, Miriam, 1.
Councilmember White?
Ms. Beeler, 4, Fernandez, 3, Marquez, 2, and Nasani would be 1.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
All right, I have Nasemi 4, Marquez 3, Fernandez 2, Beeler 1.
So we have an arm wrestle, I think.
I have,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have, that's okay.
Sorry.
Fernandez, 4, Beeler, 3, Nasani, 2, and Marquez, 1. Okay. So, Mr. Fernandez, you were the, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it, Council. Thank you.
And the attendance and the time for the meetings is okay with you as far as your work schedule goes?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Hey, it brings us to the Economic Development Committee Post-Secondary Education Representative.
Mayor, may I ask a question of council real quick? Mr. Pinckney, are the members of these committees going to have to do the 760, or I get the numbers mixed up? 700s, yeah.
Clerk, if they're filers, I would
Yes, they
assume
are.
so, yeah.
Okay, because that has been an issue in the past. Someone didn't want to file their
Form 700.
Form 700. So just make sure if you want to get more what that means, you can ask somebody here. It's just basically letting us know that you don't own property that you're going to be helping us make decisions on. Very simplified, oversimplified, but
Other than your residence.
right.
Mayor, I have a question also.
Yes, sir.
So I think I asked the clerk and verified that the Finance Non-Committee does not have an alternate. Is that correct?
Correct, it's not written in the
Okay,
bylaws.
so therefore, is it not allowed to have an alternate? Because I don't know why that wasn't written in. It didn't make sense to me, because if we didn't have an alternate, then we have to go through all this over again. And I know EDC has alternates, so I was wondering why didn't we have one and can we have an alternate, or does it need to be written in? That's what I thought, because they're ad hoc committees. So, if council would entertain me, Ms. Beeler, would you be accepted for a alternate position on the FAC? Absolutely. All right. Okay, because I think it would be invaluable, especially if the process, but, if it's a 2-year commitment, 1 year, things pop up and people fall off, and it would be so much more convenient for someone that goes in, especially that showed interest. So if we'd be willing to do so, I'd like to now appoint her as the alternate.
Just one quick comment on that. We would like you to attend every meeting, and you have the same contribution as everything other than voting. That's the only thing you can't do. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Beeler.
All right, so I assume we have consensus then? Everybody
Yeah,
good? Okay.
consensus?
All right.
Okay. So on to the Economic Development Post-Secondary Education Representative.
For this item, we did have a withdrawal from Frank. Sorry, I don't have his last name.
I think we only had 2, did we not?
Argumendo. He's withdrawn, so there's only one applicant, which is Lysanda Payton.
Okay. And we have consensus on that, correct? We only have the one applicant, so.
Is Lysandra here?
Oh.
Come say hi.
I think she should
tell
have
us
to
about
introduce
yourself?
herself.
You're ready to run.
Just real briefly.
I'm going to say that I've lived in Beaumont for about 5 years, and I have a huge background in higher education and like business development. So I thought this was a shoe-in, and I just wanted to give my passion to learning and development to, our city.
Thank
That's
you.
pretty much
Thank you
it.
very much. Yes, congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming this evening as well. Okay, so we have Economic Development Committee alternate member. Edward Garlotto?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Edward Gallardo, and I'm hoping to fill the alternate member vacancy on the Economic Development Committee. I like to think of it as the fun committee, and I might be biased. I am an intern with the Economic Development Department with the city of Yucaipa. And so I'm interested in serving. Somehow, I guess I hold the record for being the longest resident of Beaumont here today, at least for the people who have come up here. I've been a resident for 24 years. I've had some of my fondest and first memories here, like Wellwood School, attending Three Rings Ranch Elementary in their inaugural year. And I also quickly learned of the infamous city nickname Beaumont during an ASO soccer game when an easy up took flight and actually landed in someone's backyard. My first job was also here in the city of Beaumont. It was with Bed Bath & Beyond. May she rest in peace. And what brings me here today is a desire to ensure that Beaumont can offer a safe and prosperous future for many generations to come. As I said, my current position motivated me even further. And I've been able to see firsthand how cultivating businesses and development can enhance the quality of life and progress of a community. The city of Yucaipa has an interesting story, and as I'm involved in it right now, it's given me a unique perspective. And I just wanted to see if I could couple my experience with that job currently, and then also as a resident. I think it offers a unique perspective. And I think I can offer a careful vision, value public input, and I would enjoy the chance to help shape the future of Beaumont. Attract growth, retain local entrepreneurs, and expand the horizons for Beaumont's upcoming years. And I'm committing to making sure Beaumont remains to be a city elevated. So thank you.
Thank you. And Miriam Marquez. She was our Zoom. Is she still on Zoom?
I don't see her on Zoom anymore.
Maria Davila?
Hello, Honorable Council. My name is Maria Davila, and I'm currently a senior in 21st Century Learning Institute, so here at our Beaumont Unified School District. I'm a very active community member, even though I don't have much career background. I'm excited to dive deep into that realm. I was born and raised here in Beaumont, almost 18 years next month, and I'm highly involved with our community. I serve as the commissioner for the District 5 Youth Advisory Council for Riverside County, and I also sit as the chair for the whole Youth Advisory Council in Riverside County, where I overlook projects and just award ceremonies, how we can build upon our youth community and engage with our youth. I'm excited to see how I can expand my horizons with economics. I really like to dive deep into policy. Recently this summer, I had 2 bills passed by the governor with Gen Up regarding chronic absenteeism. So I like to help out my peers, and I'm just trying to see how I could dive into economics, as I mentioned previously, so I can continue contributing to my community. Thank you.
Thank you. And those are the 3 applicants that we have for this particular position.
We also have Felix Lafoya.
Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry. Felix?
Felix was here earlier, but I did see him step out, so I'm not sure if he's still in the building.
Okay. Any questions for candidates, or we have Mr. Gallardo, and Ms. Davila?
I've got a question for Edward. If you can come up to the microphone, thank you. So you mentioned you're an intern with the City of Yucaipa. Is that a
sir.
paid position?
It actually is a paid position.
Okay, all right.
It
For you.
is. Thank you.
Do you expect that service to be long-term with them?
At the current situation, it is public knowledge that they are in a deficit right now, so I would hope so, but I cannot confirm that. So
Okay.
just gathering experience right now and just learning, trying to just suck up everything I can, and my supervisor's great, so yeah,
Okay.
just enjoying the ride.
And in the economic development world, it's dog eat dog and competition.
Right.
I appreciate your sharing your experience with the City of Yucaipa, and I don't know what would be a conflict of interest, but certainly we would want to see that you do well in your job to keep that, but at the same time to be able to serve Beaumont well. And do you think you could do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Before you go, could I ask a question or two, Mayor?
Sure.
So what do you do for Yucaipa? I mean, I know.
Yeah.
What department and what's your daily job? What do you do?
Yeah, I should have explained it a little more. So the official position is economic development intern, and so really I would think of it as attract, retain, and expand is basically my daily duties, and so that can be over the counter, on the phone, email, anything like that. But attraction would just be working with my supervisor to attract developers and also to get businesses to come to Yucaipa too. So I'm marketing through flyers, just about our demographics, things we have to offer, and then also with retaining. That to me is really important too. And for me, that's with awarding grants, helping connect businesses with small business centers, and just letting them know the resources they have and that we're there too. That's probably been one of my biggest enjoyments with it, is being able to attend ribbon cuttings.
Okay. And how long have you been in that role?
It'll be a little bit over a year.
Okay.
So, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, before we go, so I know that, talking to us, of course, we see that your commitment to Beaumont is strong, and maybe even your experience with the City of Yucaipa. Have you talked to them about doing this, and what is their view about being a part of an economic committee of another city?
Thanks for asking. Yeah, my supervisor is aware of it. He prepped me as well. So I do appreciate his help, but there's multiple city employees that are aware. I also help with planning and engineering as well, and so part-time while I'm doing economic development. So they're aware as well. So pretty much the whole city knows it's a small city.
And no negative connotation, they weren't hesitant or thought it'd be again, conflict of interest or anything like that?
Which I'm very grateful of. Yeah, I'm looking to do a career in public service, so it would be, I would be very grateful for the
Very well.
opportunity.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Councilmember White?
I have a question or two for Maria.
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez, and don't take this the wrong way, but this is the fun committee. The other committee gets a little boring. So are you familiar with anything that we are doing now as a city for economic development? Some of the ways we're reaching out to the public. Are you familiar with what we are doing as a city now?
Honestly, I'm not too familiar, but I do know that the meetings are based on like how we can improve, things such as crossroadings and everything of that nature. I just want to provide a youth perspective, and especially since, I'm going on to post-secondary education, I want to see how, I could dive into economics.
Well, some of the things the Economic Development Committee has done over the past few years is to sort of kickstart the downtown Beaumont business.
Mhm.
We've been doing some billboards, and you can see them in Yucaipa. And we're doing billboards in Banning, and I think our council member Finn is famous for his performance at the movie theaters. So I'm just wondering if you have thought about that kind of. I don't ask Mr. Gallardo because that's what he does, or what he's doing. So I just want to get an impact from you on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Thank you for asking. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, can I jump in and ask her a question?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So what's after graduation in May? Are you going to be around? Are you going
Yeah.
anywhere?
Well, I've already been accepted into University of Redlands, so that's, high potential there. Also Cal State San Bernardino. And yeah, so I'm looking to stay local and just hoping to major in political science, minor in economics or finance.
All right, super, thank you.
Excellent. Any additional questions? Go ahead and do the ranking, or?
If it'd be easier, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we approve Mr. Gallardo for the position.
I'll second.
Okay. Mr. Gallardo? Well, take a roll, wait, sorry.
Do you want to call
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Laura?
Yes. There you go. Now.
Mr. Mayor?
Official.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
I think we have an excellent talent in Maria, and would love to find a way that she can serve in the city's capacity, any way possible, but so don't go away. I'm not sure how we can fill that just yet, but we'd love to have you back for any number of things.
If she's interested, we do have openings on the Board of Administrative Appeals, and that's on a on-call basis or as-needed basis, if you're interested in that. Yeah, I'm interested. Okay. And then, Mr. Jared Nassani?
Yes.
Would you be interested on the board, being on the Board of Appeals as well?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maria Marquez, that's, she was on, she's gone. That's it? Okay. So we have congratulations, those of you who are selected, and those of you who have also volunteered to be on the appeals board, we appreciate that very much. That brings us to item J5. Authorize, let's see, staff is requesting council review of, what do we got? Staff is requesting council review to authorize city manager to sign an employment agreement with Gustavo Romo, appointing him to the position of deputy city manager. Ms. Mendoza?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Tonight you have before you an employment agreement. Mr. Romo is here this evening with his family and is able to come up and say a few words at the end of this, but he was we received over 150 applicants during the process, and he was vetted through a small group and then the larger executive team in the city manager's office and was unanimously recommended for the position. He has a bachelor's degree in urban and regional planning, a master's in business administration, over 30 years in government experience, whether it was direct for a city or consulting. He's currently serving as a deputy city manager in another city. And you have the costs and the fiscal impact and the contract in your packet. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about it, and then we can invite Mr. Romo up if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comment?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
I'll open it up for council comments. Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yeah, I do just have a question. Are we able to call Mr. Romo up? Sure. All right. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Glad to be here.
Great, thank you. Glad to have you here. I just had a quick question for you. As I was doing a quick research of your name, I saw that you had a consulting firm. So I went to the website and noticed that one of our neighboring cities is on the website. And I just wanted to know if you have any involvement in that, or based off of that consulting business, what your kind of parameters are going to be moving forward, to ensure that there isn't, any funny business, for lack of better terms.
Absolutely, and completely understandable. We've had work with the city of Banning for many years, but we have not had any work for the last couple of years. And if given this position, I would not continue any future work with the city of Banning. I'm very aware of potential conflict of interests out there. And even though I don't get involved in my company business other than reviewing invoices once a month, I do understand that you've had issues here in the past. And I remember when I was in the city of Calamasa, one of my fondest memories there was as a director of community development for 5 years. And I'm really looking forward to coming back home, in a sense, here at the city of Beaumont.
Great, well, thank you, and I appreciate that response.
Thank you.
Councilmember Finn.
Yes, I have two quick questions for staff. Were there any substance, let me try that again. Any big changes in the previous deputy city manager's contract, or anything significant, that's different from a director's contract?
No, sir. I neglected to reflect that the city attorney did review it. It's the last template we used, and there was no significant changes.
Okay, thank you. And then for the public's benefit on the interview process, can you please share who the executive panel was made up of?
The executive team is all directors or department heads, including the city clerk, the PIO, our principal management analyst, and our executive assistant. That's
Okay.
the full makeup of our executive
And so did everyone in that participate in that interview?
I believe everybody was here.
All right, thank you very much. That's all I have.
And one other point of clarification, Mayor Lara pointed out in my staff report, the position was fully budgeted in this year. It does reference, it has the word increase. I just gave you the snapshot of the remainder of the year. It is fully budgeted, the remainder. There's no additional funding required for the position.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Yeah, do you have discussion? Okay.
So is this, when you say it's fully budgeted, how much is it budgeted for?
It was fully budgeted at 200 and, let's see, what was it? Where's my notes? Hold on just a second. It was fully budgeted at the previous salary range and benefit package. It was well over $265,000 in the budget.
And when you mentioned the number here, you referred to it as a fully, I forget the actual
Fully
term.
burdened
Okay.
rate.
So that's benefits and everything then?
Correct.
Okay, and how does that
Retirement.
compare to the previous DCM?
Very comparable. Very comparable in terms, obviously, he's not on board, so I don't know his medical benefit selection, but the salary is comparable. The retirement is the same platform, the PEPRA platform on CalPERS. So it's very, very close in proximity.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
All right, if no further discussion, then I move to approve the employment agreement with Gustavo Romo for the deputy city manager and authorize the city manager to sign the agreement.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes.
Welcome
Congratulations
aboard.
and welcome.
If I may say a few words.
Please.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I had one of the most amazing experiences in the interview process. Your staff is so professional, I got to tell you. The most professional staff I've ever met. So hospitable, too. I mean, having that last meeting with them and sharing lunch, I always feel breaking bread with someone is the best way to get to know them. And so I'm so proud to be coming here and being part of Team Beaumont. And I'd like to introduce my family to you as well. My older daughter and her husband and my one and only granddaughter could not be here today. But I do have my wife, who's also named Elizabeth, right here. My mother, Maria Romo. And it looks like my younger daughter had to step out. Her name is Selah. She goes to University of Riverside, so I believe she might have had a Zoom meeting. She had to go to. But again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard.
Oh, yes, for. Yeah.
Can I get the family up here too?
Oh, yeah.
Bring them up.
Yeah, sure. And there's my daughter.
Off of Zoom. Hey, come on up.
So what do we call you? Gustavo, Gus?
I go by Gus. I've been known as Gus ever since I was this big.
All right, Gus. Okay. That's easy.
That's all right.
Get everybody? Need this in more?
I'll take a couple. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
You can't miss the phone, I'll tell you.
Yes. Thank you for sharing with us. Yes. Congrats, yes.
Looking forward to working with all.
Take 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
We're going to take a quick 10-minute recess.
Okay.
And we're back. We are on item J6, the approval of city attorney invoices for the month of January 2025.
Because this involves my law firm, I'm going to recuse myself.
Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Mayor, I'll move to approve the invoices in the amount of $97,877.11.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. That brings us to item J7.
Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself as a Rotarian.
King.
Darren, Mr. Usher.
Good evening, honorable and city council members. I am presenting the request to approve a $5,000 sponsorship to the St. Patrick's Day Casino Night on March 17th, hosted by the Rotary Club of Beaumont and Cherry Valley. This event raises funds for youth scholarships in Beaumont High School students and supports various community events that promote civic engagement. The Rotary Club has been an active partner in the community since 1958, contributing to programs such as the Cherry Festival Parade, Seniors Thanksgiving Dinner, and the Veterans Barbecue. Last year, the city contributed $2,500 to this event. Due to the club's ongoing support for local programs and volunteer efforts, the Rotary Club has requested an increase to the sponsorship to $5,000. The letter of request is part of your agenda packet as Attachment A. If the council approves the increased request, a budget amendment will be required by staff as the current allocation for this event and the current year's budget is $2,500. Approving this request strengthens the city's partnership with a trusted nonprofit organization, enhances community engagement, and directly supports educational opportunities for local students. Staff recommends the approval of the $5,000 sponsorship to further these efforts. We do have Martin Bright from the Rotary Club present for any questions regarding this increase from last year, and staff, of course, is here for questions in regards to the budget amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
I do. I have a request by Mr. Castaldo.
Mr. Castaldo?
When I was actually recruited from a gentleman named Lyle Millage, and some of you people that have been in town for a long time will remember that name. In any case, during my almost 25 years as a member, any of the money that has ever been donated, contributed to the Rotary Club, has never gone to any of the members' enjoyment. It has always been for club activities or for the club's use of the Interact Club, supporting the Interact Club, Winter Wish, or something else. We have never enjoyed any of the money that was donated. If we do a club party or something, everybody pays their own, and that's the club rules. So one of the things that the club does is support the Interact Club. Without the Rotary Club, there cannot be any Interact Club because it needs to be chartered by or supported by the Rotary Club. I'd like to talk to you about two people. One of them is Bryce Murrow, who is a sergeant at our local CHP office. He was one of the first Interact Club members. He is highly decorated and very well respected in the community and in the law enforcement agency. However, I would also like to talk about another person, one of your peers, because I know council members have their own little lingo. So I know you guys do go to some of the events, but I'd like to introduce you to Clint Lorimore. He is a council member, former mayor of the city of Eastville. And in his little biography, he mentions that he has a degree of political science from Cal Poly Pomona. He has a Master of Arts degree from Claremont Graduate University, and as a recipient of Rotary International's Ambassador Scholarship. Clint had studied in Nanyang Technological University in Singapore in 2008, where he graduated with the Master of Science. Our Rotary Club sponsored him on a Rotary International World Peace Grant that he was able to go to Singapore and obtain that. In short, what I want to say is an investment in Rotary is also an investment in our community. I cannot even stand up here for a whole day and tell you of all the interactors that have contributed to our community. And this is an investment. Anything that the Rotary Club gets is not.
Thank you, Mr. Castaldo. Do you have any other public comments?
Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, that brings it to council for discussion. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, get back to me 1 second. I'm looking for my notes.
Let's see, where am I? Okay. Do we know, or do you have any information on, or maybe I'm sorry, your name again?
Martin Bright.
Martin Bright. The extra 2,500, is that just because it's the top, what was it, the gold
Leprechaun
sponsorship?
this year.
Leprechaun.
Our goal this year is, and theme, is on St. Patrick's Day, so everything is St. Patrick's Day themed. The additional funds, we in this climate environment, everybody's tightened their belts, and some of our donors have not been able to participate.
Okay.
The city has participated in the past at a higher level. Last year it may have been lower, but we feel that the commitment that we make as a total 100% volunteer organization can put your funds to work in the community in the nth degree. So a $5,000 donation at this point supports scholarships, supports the senior Thanksgiving dinner, supports the interactors with Winter Wish in their participation in making that event successful, and all the things that we do throughout the year to promote for the youth and the seniors in this community. We have early act clubs at the elementary schools. We have the Rotaract clubs that are now coming from the Inland Empire to establish a club here in town for traveling college students going to give community service as credit for their college degrees. So it is all worthwhile endeavors for the community.
Thank you. Councilman Martinez?
Yeah, so we have a lot of expenses coming up, Cherry Festival being one of them. And I'm not quite sure right now in the position of changing what we already had budgeted for. I'm in favor of keeping the pot of gold $2,500 sponsorship intact, since that's what we already pledged and we have in our budget. But I'm not quite in favor to move to the $2,500 on top of that, because there are things that are coming up that the city might have to cover, and therefore I think there still needs to be some more discussion coming up on those things. Okay. So That would be my opinion.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you. This is a question for staff. When there's been other events in the past area, such as State of the City events, and we've reached out and helped support and sponsored those events, do we have a general dollar amount that we've contributed to those to help give me a perspective? Does anybody know? I think Elizabeth would probably know, but Robert, any idea? You're probably not your department.
As far as the level of contribution for sponsorship?
Correct. Like, for example, did we
Chamber.
contribute to the Chamber of Commerce, for their events? Did we, were we a sponsor for the banning State of the City? And if so, what did we contribute?
Yes, so we are a sponsor for surrounding cities, Calamasa installation dinner, their State of the City, same for banning. There are different levels because they are different events with, as far as the cost for a table. So they vary. Typically, we keep our sponsorship at the very least what we did the previous year. Sometimes costs go up, so sometimes the costs have increased for each event, but they do vary.
Do you have a general idea? Is it the 500 range or 2,500 range? Do you know?
For other events? Or
Yeah,
for this
so
one
for
specifically?
example, for banning State of the City, as an example.
That one is a larger event. I believe that we do, I think it's $1,200.
Okay.
For a table. I can look it up. I have a spreadsheet I can look up and let you know.
Okay, I would just want to get a general idea of what that was. So that's sufficient for me. Thank you.
Councilmember White?
Mr. Bright, can you tell me a little bit about your event? I just heard earlier it's on the 17th, I'm assuming, of March?
17th of March.
And where is it going to be held?
At the Tuckwet Golf Course Clubhouse.
Okay, and tell me this isn't the first time you've done it, right?
This is our third year doing it. I do have a flyer here if you'd like to see it, if you haven't had or seen.
Not yet, I just have a couple questions. So the money that you raised there, how many scholarships did you do last year, do you know, or?
I
dollar
don't
amounts?
know. We do Cherries Jubilee, and that is a separate event that we raise funds for and then award those scholarships based on hours of service for the community's schools and the trade schools, as well as the private schools.
Okay, and do you treat this money, the money you raise from this event, separate from the Cherry Jubilee, or do you just put it all together and then at the end of the year you decide how much you're giving out?
We try to reach between $7,500 and $10,000 in scholarships annually. We
Okay.
also have other things that we use this fundraising for the senior Thanksgiving dinner, to support the Interact Club in their endeavors with the city and in the community, as well as the Early Act Club and the Rotaract Club, which are youth Rotary clubs,
Okay,
elementary to college.
okay. I think that's all I have. I will support the request for 5,000 in a budget amendment. I can make a motion, but I don't know if everyone's done commenting. But that's all I have for right now.
I would also let you know that you're all invited, as you have been invited to all of our events, and several of you have attended and seen what goes on in our events and how the community responds, especially to the senior Thanksgiving dinner. It's been something that's gone on for over 50 years. Our club is 67 years old this year, and some of the members have been pillars of the community in the past and to this present day. So we thank you very much for your continuing support at whatever level it is, and please consider joining us on the 17th.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyd?
Yeah, I think that I support the $5,000. I think that what the Rotary Club does to support the Interact Club is nothing short of amazing. And I've heard the stories that come out of there all the time and have seen them personally. I think this money goes straight back into our community, which is what this city is about, is our community, because without them, we're nothing. And so I absolutely support this $5,000. So would you like to make the motion, or would you?
I've got one more question,
Oh,
Mayor.
hang on, we got one more question?
Yeah, I was looking at the current projects, and I looked at this Thanksgiving dinner, and that was great. I participated in that, and that went really well. And of course, everything on here on our report, I've attended. How's that Cherry Festival Parade going?
This year, we have had to step back from that event, and that's something we've communicated with the Cherry Festival Association on. I think that's a agenda item for your council this evening, but due to safety concerns, myself especially included, with death threats last Cherry Festival Parade, and the lack of cooperation between the entities involved, puts us in a very, very precarious position. And the lack of security in other public events around our country have given us great cause for alarm.
And let me be clear, I in no way meant to put you on the spot, but the reason I asked that is because I wanted to be clarified from you that the relationship and communication between the Rotary and the city is going well.
It is 100% positive in our personal opinion of our club and in our meetings. I am a past president, and I'm a continuing board member, and we have nothing but the greatest respect for the city and the work that the council does and the direction that the city has been in for the last 10 years. So that has no bearing on our impact with the Cherry Festival Association and our agreement with them about the parade.
Okay, and again, I just wanted to clarify that our city relationship is going well, and therefore, okay, then in
Yes,
that
sir.
case, I can support that, the increase as well.
Wait for a motion.
I will make the motion to, let me get to it really quick, to approve an event sponsorship in the amount of $5,000 for the St. Patrick's Day Casino Night hosted by the Rotary Club of Beaumont, Cherry Valley.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Okay, that brings us to item J8. We have the Board Professional Service Agreement on call for geotechnical engineering services. PowerPoint for Mr. Robert Bestel?
No PowerPoint.
Oh.
I would like to hand it over to your Public Works Project Manager, Vincent Lopez.
Evening.
There we go. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. So by way of background, the city staff is proposing to retain 3 consulting firms to provide citywide geotechnical services. Selecting 3 firms will ensure that the city will always have geotechnical resources readily available for some of its upcoming projects. On September 30th, the city published a request for proposal and began soliciting proposals for these services. On October 28th, the city received 12 proposals from qualified firms interested in providing geotechnical engineering services to the city. These proposals were reviewed by an evaluation panel consisting of 3 public works staff members. The panel scored and ranked these proposals based on the firm's qualifications and responsiveness to the city. Based on the evaluation scores, city staff is recommending that to contract with the following 3 firms. The first one is Earth Systems, the second one is Geocon West, and the third one is Verdantas. It is also important to note that negotiated task orders will be issued under these proposed on-call contracts at a project-specific basis, and that any task order over $75,000 will be brought before the City Council for approval. City staff is also requesting a not-to-exceed annual amount of $300,000 per firm to be paid through the CIP budgets. So with that, city staff is recommending that the City Council award professional services agreements to Earth Systems, Geocon West, and Verdantas for on-call geotechnical services for a 3-year term and an amount not to exceed $300,000 on an annual basis, and authorize the mayor to execute these agreements. That concludes my report, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Nicole, do we have any comments, public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Open up for council discussion. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for staff. So in reference to the dollar amount of being greater than 75,000 or it goes to council for approval, what policies and procedures are in place that we can make sure that it's not, I don't know, how do I say this, piecemeal together or to try to stay under that $75,000, authority mark? Is each separate task signed to a separate CIP project, and just kind of wondering how that works so we don't go right up to that $75,000 mark and it looks like we're just playing with that signature authority.
I got this. Vince, thank you. The intent here is that we would get a quote prior to the project going to construction and bring that quote to you. If it's less than 75,000, you've given the authority to city manager to execute that. If it's higher than 75,000, we'll bring it to you. Generally, geotechnical services are like a single task. We'll make sure that we're requesting all the full scope of the project at once. Should we miss it, should the project change in the field and we need to come back to the city, or excuse me, we get an additional quote and it exceeds that 75,000, even if it's by $1, we're committed to bringing that back to you. But other than that, I don't see any other policies that we could formally put in place.
And I guess my question would be, and I'll just give an example. We're going to call it Project A, and it's environmental phase 1 or something, If the estimated cost was more than 75,000, to make sure it's not chopped up to fall within that and call it something different, and so forth, that staff is aware enough of the job scope to be able to catch something like that. So you understand my line of question?
Yeah, there will be situations where staff is just not able to fully see the full scope of the project until the contractor gets in excuse me, until the consultant gets in there and maybe they find unsuitable materials and the scope expands. I think at that time, we'll have to stop and come back to council. But that should be the rare exception. We should know beforehand what the cost is, what the full scope is, and our intent is to bring it to you.
And would it be submitting a request for a bid between those three? Or do you, like, for example, or do you as a staff make the judgment call of, we've got company A on this project, so we're going to check with B and C for this next one? What's determined on that, so we make sure we get the best outfit on the best assigned task?
Yeah. So in practice, I see us getting quotes from all three, and then the ones that can perform the work at a reasonable price, maybe schedule is involved with that. But the scope is, or the limit here is per project. So if what was the first company? Earth Systems? If Earth Systems is providing good service, it'll be on a project-by-project basis. Not necessarily the full, not necessarily the full contract of the other, well, let me back up.
You want me to jump in? I can say something real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, so the way it usually works with on-call contracts is, and especially since we're proposing to have 3 on-call firms, if a project came up where we needed geotechnical services, staff would reach out to all 3 firms and let them know and find out what their availability is and the cost of services for providing those, the services needed on that project. So based on that, obviously, we would pick the firm that has the best value for the city at that time for that project. And we would issue a task order for that firm.
Okay.
Hopefully that answers your question.
I'll just add, the intent is not that we rotate from firm to firm. We're bringing the top 3 firms to you already. So we want the ability at the staff level to choose which firm we want to use at that time. If it exceeds the 75,000, that's when we're committed to bring it to you and provide you all the details necessary.
And then, so I fully understand it, so then if Company A was used more often because of their good service, but if we hit that $300,000 mark, then you got to come back to council, correct?
Well, we could also use the other 2 firms too.
Okay. But if you had a real need and a preference to say this one's the best and we want this, then if in that situation perhaps, or just, as you mentioned, just default to the others, or they all be capable for what we expect?
They're all capable of providing similar services.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember White?
This is the first chance we've had to discuss this since we had the last discussion about on-call, so I appreciate you bringing this to us. I also want to confirm that the 75 and the 300 per firm, the 75, that is your way of looking at a new way to sort of address the concerns we had, or is that, have you been doing that in all the on-call? Did you have a not to exceed the 75 and per firm amount, or was the one that we had an issue with before, wasn't it just a total of 500,000 for the 3 firms over a certain period of time in here, and breaking it out a little bit differently?
The 75,000 is a new policy based on council direction.
Okay. So I want to thank you for that, for your bringing us the opportunity to discuss this. A lot of my questions were answered by the ones that Mr. Finn brought up. I wanted to know whether or not you rotate, whether or not you do a competitive bid among the 3 selected firms. I just want to caution that it has been used in the past as a way to the result was that we ended up having one firm doing all of a certain type of work because all the other firms got to the point where they're always going to pick this firm. So they're always going to pick firm A, so why would any of us apply? So I think it's important that we keep thinking about things like this. My question with the 75,000 is it almost sounds like it's when you talk about cumulative total of task orders, that as more and more task orders come up for these projects, that at one point you may get over to the 75,000. And my thought at this point, again, I think we need more discussion on this. My thought at this point is that you don't really need to come back to us for things like that. But again, I don't know how everyone else feels. I just think the structure that you've got here is something that we can build on and work through. But I do appreciate you bringing back another way to look at this.
Okay, and I want to be very clear on the cumulative. So, Robert or Vince, I'd like you to give an example of a project, the 30 acres.
Sure.
What services would a geotechnical firm, what services would we use for the 30 acres? Because what I want to do is show council, I don't want council to get the impression that we're bid splitting, but as projects move forward, sometimes things come up that were not foreseen, especially when you're digging in the dirt and there's, things you find in the soil. So I think that's what Robert's trying to say is we would, for instance, we would issue a task order for $45,000 to one of the firms after we've pulled all three. And then that one firm goes out there and they start digging in the dirt and they come up with something that they come back to us and they say, this is something we didn't expect. We're going to need to do an amendment for $40,000. At that point, we would stop and come back to council. Does that, I want to make sure everybody's clear on that. Is that?
I think that's the point in which Mr. White is saying if it still hits that under that 75, it wouldn't necessarily have to come back. So for example, in the example that you had there, if the next portion came back and it was 80,000, then I would expect that to come back. That would be how I heard that.
Yeah, my first thought
The running total of it, right? So if we were 40 to start with and it's 40 more, then it comes back. But if it's 40 to start with and it's 30 more, it's still under the 75 and does not need to come back, correct?
See, that's what I was saying, is it didn't, to me, it didn't, I was looking at each task order as an individual order. So to me, if they were all staying under the 75, then they could continue going on. Because I don't think that it's fair to ask the staff to try and have a crystal ball that sees into the future as to what is going to be expected. I mean, I think that they really are trying to write the scope of what is the end result and what am I going to get to, but the possibility of hitting that mark 100% of the time is not going to happen.
It could be conceived as bid splitting, and that's my concern.
Sure, I can understand that. And I think that if we put in mechanisms to catch that, which I think is, let's say you do 3 of those and it's time for the same project, then my suggestion would be that is what comes back, is you look at a trigger of like 3 requests for the same project. And then that could be something versus the money amount, because what I'm concerned about with it having to come back to council is the time in which it delays the projects. And I think that that's my concern is the delay in the project with regards to that. So I would say my recommendation would be, hey, if you have submitted, we'll use the 30 acres. This project is, now we have a 3rd request. That should trigger you to come back. Hey, now there's 3 requests that have been hit and we've spent 200,000, now we need to come back. But that would be my discussion on that.
Councilmember White?
So my big concern with the issue that we're talking about from the past was the size of the one study. And so, my thought is, unless you're coming to us with something that's over 75,000 to begin with, that's the amount. Up to 75,000, I think we give you authorization to sign that. And so I'm okay with just, if it's a big ticket item, it's going to maybe be several task orders, even maybe 2 different companies are going to put it together, but it's a big number. It's above the 75, above 100,000. I would like to know about that in the way you're doing it, but I don't want you, if you approve 65 and then now the next one is 15 or 20, I don't want you to have to come back to us for that. It's just the surprise. I think the surprise of that one, I think that's where we start. Personally, that's why I started getting concerned. But again, I don't know how everyone else weighs in on that. But again, I think this is a great opportunity for us to give you that direction going forward.
Well, I think we need to provide direction, clear direction. So if it's 75, then it's 75 and not any, which is written. Using the consultants, because I had to do that in my former life. I know sometimes you put it out to all 3, but if you've got 2 that are busy, then the 3rd one, because of sometimes the need is, they're just going to get the project. That's why you get the top 3 firms to do that work. And
that is correct. And you got to keep in mind too, this is for citywide services. So it's not just the Public Works Department, any other department can utilize these on-call firms.
That's a great point. I'm glad you said that. Thank you very much. Do we have any other? Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just to add in there. So I think what's been given direction on the 75, I think is what we need to stay with for now. We can get feedback, give it, let's say, months or 2 to see how it's working. If it is more cumbersome and it is, then come back and plead your case, and then we can make a clear alternative to that policy, rather than, well, you can do this here, but you can't do here, because that's kind of where we start getting in trouble, is that we don't have clear direction, and then, well, you could do this, but you could have done that, and I don't like that. I like having clear objectives. So we have clear direction already given. Let's go ahead and go with that. Let's have staff come back and reflect on that to see if it is more cumbersome or if it's shooting us in the foot. And then if we need to modify it, give us your opinion on what you think. We'll have a discussion. And then if we have new direction, then we give new direction at that time.
I'm not sure what the clear direction you're giving is.
She said 75,000, but Mayor Pro Tem came back and said, well, you can go up to 90 or 8 or 95 or 100 if it's the same task and you're adding to that without coming back.
Okay, but
No, I think I was not saying the same task. So you write out a scope to me and you issue the task. If then the scope changes, that's a new order. So to me, it's a whole separate task. So that's why I was saying, you don't need
Yeah,
to
but
come
see,
back
but-
and nickel and dime.
but
So
then
the
you can
75
link-
that's written here meets that criteria. And so I'm in agreement with you. Keep it at the 75 and go to 300.
Okay, so if that goes out and they find stuff that has a problem with that, and they said it's gonna cost us another 40 grand more, then that 75 now plus 40 is now,
Well, that's why I don't think it should be a change order. I think it should be a new task.
see, and
if that's what she was talking about.
I don't think that's where we're not. I don't think we're in agreement on that because I like the idea of the 75,000 as a rule that if it's above 75,000
For initial
then
time.
it comes to us.
Okay,
Yes.
the initial.
But again, I don't want them to have to be worried about incremental task orders. I do agree with what Jessica pointed out, which is if they do have to come back, that it's a new purchase order. And therefore, if it's under 75, then it doesn't need to come back to council. I think I'm not interested in micromanaging you. I'm just interested in not being caught off guard on what numbers are coming through. And so again, I do agree we need to give clear direction, but I think we should just 75,000, none of this accrual task orders. They're different and new tasks. And so I think I'm closer to what Jessica's thinking than what you're thinking.
Clarify what you meant by splitting the tasks. Or what?
If it's the
splitting.
same project,
Okay,
30 acres, and we go out there and it's a $40,000 task
okay, task.
to do, and I'm just making these numbers up, I'm not an engineer, $40,000 to do a phase one environmental.
Okay.
The geotechnical goes out there and discovers something in the soil that says extra added testing, same project, extra added testing, we're gonna need another $45,000. In my head, it's the same project, we're adding more to the tasks, therefore it would come to council. I don't see that as two different tasks. I see that as, we gave you an assignment, you uncovered something, and now it needs to go back to council.
See, so in that case, you would have come back.
Correct.
In this case, they would say, go ahead and do it, because you would have, see, and that's where I'm saying she's getting a little bit of disconnect on, well, when do
And
I come
I
back?
think maybe the clarity is the project.
Versus,
If it's a different project with the same company doing,
I mean, I think that we use the term project loosely at times. So to me, is an environmental study the project, or is the project 30 acres? So I think that's where sometimes it gets convoluted because we're trying to identify what is the project. And for me, when you're going out to a professional services agreement, you're stating in the scope, I need you to do this, 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 and this. You're giving me a bid on what you think is going to happen, but you may have multiple tasks for that large project that you need professional services on. I mean, this isn't I'm a nurse, right? So to me, you need a lot of these, but the scope in which you're going for the gusto at the beginning. So, I mean, as long as we are trying to write our scopes to make sure that we are trying to project as far out so that if they do come back and it's greater than 75, we don't have to come back. You could just come once and then the ball's rolling. So I think that that's the goal here, is trying to figure out how do we write the scope to make sure that it's all inclusive at this point, or as the most inclusive which we can get to, knowing that there's a potential it's going to come back. But then when it does come back and you need the extra funds, to me, the 75 would still stand.
Right.
Because that still needs to be rolling. I think that's my biggest fear, is just the ball rolling and continuing. Because if you have to wait to come back to city council, you're going to wait a month.
So let me see if I have this correct, because I think this is all good input. So we have geotechnical services, which is what this consultant will provide, right? So they go out, maybe it's a soils report, you come back and the soils report is going to require additional testing. It's still the same project, it's still geotechnical services. Let's say the original project that was, we hired the consultant for was $50,000. They came back, they did several tests, bores, whatever that is, and they said, you know what, we need to do a couple of additional test bores. That's going to be another $30,000. That's exceeding the $75,000, it's now at $80,000. You're saying that would come back to council, even though it's the same type of work, under the same scope, right? Is that what you're saying?
That is currently my understanding.
Okay. Is that what?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, because that is the same task that they're working on.
Right.
It would be an amendment, they're asking for, essentially, they're asking for an amendment to that task. And what
Exactly.
what I'm arguing is that I wouldn't want them to necessarily bring that back if it's still below the 75, because eventually they're going to hit
Right.
the 300 max.
But if it's below the 75, they don't bring it back. If it's above the 75, they bring it back under the same.
But what I'm arguing for is not the cumulative. That an amendment would be made as long as it was, an amendment is a loose term there. They would be able to say, go ahead and continue with the work at that point.
If it's over 75?
Yeah, if that portion that they needed, so the additional testing came back, that additional testing was 30,000 for the additional testing. They wouldn't need to come back to us because it's below 75.
If it's below 75.
Right, now if the
Okay.
additional testing came back and said it was 80,000, just speaking about the additional testing,
Right.
then that would need to get approved.
Okay.
I think you guys are talking
That's
about,
where I'm at too.
Okay.
That's exactly where.
I think everybody's talking about the same thing in different words.
Are you clear? You're good? All right. Do we have a motion?
Sure, I'll move to award a professional services agreement to the three firms, Earth Systems, Geocon West, Inc., and Verdantes, for on-call geotechnical engineering services for a 3-year term and amount not to exceed $300,000 per firm annually, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Thank you very much. Brings us to J9, approved task order for TransTech Engineers Incorporated for project management, pre-construction, construction, and project closeout, support services for the sports park lighting and expansion project capital improvement project number P-04. Mr. Vestal?
Thank you. A lot of our previous discussion is going to roll right into this item. So the city contracted Brightview Design Group to design and develop construction plans and documents for CIP P04, the sports park lighting and expansion project. Brightview completed 90% of the plans before they abruptly and completely closed their doors with very little notice to the city. So city reached out to an existing on-call engineering firm, TransTech, to get a quote to finish the plans and provide construction support services. TransTech's quote came in at $150,000 approximately. Like I said, it included a lot of construction support services, managing the construction aspect of it. Since the quote exceeds $75,000, staff is requesting authority. Staff is requesting that City Council approve that task order to complete the construction documents and ultimately provide a bid-ready plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. We have any public comment on this, Nicole?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Open it up for council comments, questions? Councilmember Martinez?
No, I'm good.
Oh. Councilmember White?
Mayor, I'll move to approve a task order to Trans Tech Engineers under their approved on-call contract for construction support services for PO4 Sports Park lighting and expansion in an amount not to exceed $150,000.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Brings us to item J10. Mr. Robert Vesta, you're up again, sir. Approved purchase order for fiscal year 25 or 2025 for plan checking, inspection, and surveying services.
Thank you, Mayor. The city is halfway through a 3-year on-call contract with NV5 for plan checking services for Public Works. Each fiscal year, a new PO is issued for multi-year contracts upon request from the departments. This is done during budget adoption and brought to council. In fiscal year '24, the NV5 PO still had sufficient funds left where staff elected to exhaust those funds on that PO before issuing a new PO. However, there have been a significant increase in plan check review, both for public works plans and large entitlement projects that are coming through planning. This has depleted the fiscal year '24 PO, and subsequently, staff is recommending that the fiscal year '25 PO be issued to NV5. It should be noted that this is an on-call contract. Staff is concurrently advertising for not an on-call, more of a permanent plan checker. And as soon as that is awarded, we will cancel the contract, the on-call contract with NV5. That completes my staff report. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up for council comments. Councilmember White.
Mayor, I'll move to approve a fiscal year '25 purchase order for NV5 in the amount of $215,000 for plan checking, inspection, and surveying services.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes. Miss your PowerPoint, Robert, but that's okay. Brings us to J11, staff report. Ms. Carol Kendrick for adoption of the 2025 Community Needs Assessment Survey, results in approval of CDBG funding priorities.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As mentioned, this is for the Community Needs Assessment Survey for the 2024 to 2029 Consolidated Plan. This is developed in coordination with the Riverside County Housing and Urban Development, known as HUD, and Community Planning and Development. This is a blueprint, and as a participating jurisdiction, under the CDBG grant program, the city receives funding to support projects to benefit low and moderate income residents by improving infrastructure and community services. The previous study was done in 2018 for the 2019 to 2024 plan, and the program is consistently evolving to serve the needs of the community. This was put out for public outreach via the city's website, social media channels, mail surveys that were included in utility bills, and physical copies at City Hall. The survey period was from January 6th of 2025 to February 7th of 2025, and we received 38 responses. This is an increase since the 2018, where we received 22 responses. There are several factors that play into the low response, but again, we did see an increase. And the survey asked raters to kind of identify their priorities in 5 areas, which is housing, business and job opportunities, public facilities, community service, and public improvements. And housing was the number 1 priority, followed by job opportunities. The estimated fiscal year 2025-26 CDBG allocation is $151,000, which is not enough to support large-scale initiatives, but it does help us with public improvements such as sidewalk repairs, and our eligible use of CDBG funds can be completed in stages as funding is received. We also are able to fund youth and after-school programs, and that is done, that helps meet the goals of HCD and CPD to serve low and moderate income families, addressing community needs. There is no fiscal impact to the city, as this would be a CDBG allocation. Annual allocations vary based on federal funding levels and are finalized upon award. So at this time, staff recommends that the City Council approve the 5-year HUD CPD funding priorities as follows, with public improvements to include street and sidewalk repairs and community services for children, such as after-school programs and advocacy. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Open it up for council comments. Real quick, on the ADUs, does that fall under housing, and is there any opportunities for CDBG funding to help in that area, or is that not possible?
No, so CDBG funds cannot be used towards the construction of ADUs. There is a county program that some cities have allocated their CDBG funds to home enhancement programs, which provide external improvements to existing homes for low to moderate income occupants. If we'd like to explore this route, the county would take over the facilitation of the funds towards the program.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Martinez?
I'll make a motion if there's no discussion.
Right.
I'll make a motion to approve the city's 5-year HUD CPD funding priorities as follows: public improvements to include street and sidewalk repairs, and number 2, community services, services for children such as after-school programs and advocacy.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Laura.
Yes.
Mayor, I would like to point out that Brittany Navas from our finance department did a lot of the heavy lifting on this, so I just want to thank her.
Thank you. Julie Van Hook, item J12, update on the communication strategic plan.
I have a folder tonight. Give me 1 second. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to reflect on 1 year of progress in our communication strategic plan. Our goal as a city really is to be transparent and share effective and compelling storytelling is part of my job. And so it's an honor tonight to kind of share some key achievements over the last year, as well as some opportunities or some challenges too. So with that, as I bring us into the 1 year update, I have 3 achievements that I wanted to highlight tonight. And so the first being probably my pride and joy is our proactive media and public relations achievements that we've had over the last year. Within the last 12 months, we've had 3 features from broadcast news stories. And so we're strengthening that relationship both locally and with regional media coverage. And I would like to point out too that although, broadcast news coverage is great, even with community pride and with regional recognition, it does help with shaping public perception, and that could be perception of, I don't even know where Beaumont is, right? And now they hear about it on broadcast news or with some news story. And that in and of itself can attract investment here in the city, so it's just one initiative that can really roll over. The second key achievement I wanted to highlight is our community engagement and outreach. I do think it has improved over the last year, and I think we have many examples of ensuring broad and effective messaging. And so we've kind of seen that with the layered approach that I had brought here about a year ago with communication, with our community being dynamic and consuming information differently. And so whether that be the print of our city magazine or billboards or social media ads, we are, I think, effectively communicating to our public. We have in-person meetings, right? We have stuff scheduled this year with the mayor. So I think having that layered approach has been effective and I think a good achievement. So I have 2 events I wanted to highlight. So the first being the fire station open house, which I don't necessarily have stats on, but I know it was well received and we had great attendance. Photos turned out great. The community came out, right, and showed up. There was a lot of people there, and they got to see what our firehouse could offer to the community. So that was wonderful. The second one, which could have presented more challenges, was Beaumont Nights. So that was our series of seven weeks. It's a multi-week event, and so that could have been hard, right? It presented its own challenges of it being a new event to our community and then us trying to raise regional awareness and get people outside of Beaumont to come here. And so I do have some pretty good stats I wanted to cover tonight. So as I had mentioned earlier, 2 of the 3 broadcast news media coverages covered Beaumont Nights. So that was great. We had some cross-utilization with marketing of downtown. And so those 2 news stories in and of itself reached over 300,000 TV viewers, and then generated over $75,000 of free advertising. So just those 2 items in itself. Our social media posts, which included paid advertising, reached 54,000 viewers. And so that was targeted in here in Beaumont in the regional area. And then that had an engagement rate of 6.19. And so that may not seem like enough or a lot, but we typically get about 2 to 3%. So that's pretty good. And then, we generated a lot of attendance, and I think we've touted that a little bit too. We've reached roughly 3,600 guests per week, averaging 2 hours of time spent, which is over 50% of the duration of that event. So those are pretty good markers to kind of evaluate our efforts on the marketing and communication side. And obviously, it's one component of the event's total success, right? We've launched a couple new community programs or ways to communicate. So we have our calendar system, right, which is new on our website. The library is officially integrated on that automatically. And so when they populate events, it automatically goes on our calendar. The groundbreaking event last week, I got a comment that they looked at our calendar to find it, which was great, and it was there. And so we'll be working with the school district to get them automatically integrated as well. So it is starting to show promise that it will be a central hub for the Pass area. We took the road shows on the road, or the State of the City on the road, and so we had some in-person meetings, which were great. We have several coming this year with Mayor Laura, and then we successfully printed and mailed 4 quarters of the city magazine, and so that's roughly 19,000 each quarter. So that's pretty good markers, I think, for expanding community engagement. And then the last achievement I wanted to note is the successful launch and integration of Everbridge into our emergency response and our critical updates. And so we've gotten great feedback on that. We used it a couple times. I think one was even at Beaumont Nights where they saw it and they turned around and went another way. So all good stuff. And now I'm going to segue into, opportunities or some challenges. And so I spoke about it a little bit. Our audience is very diverse here in Beaumont, and I recognize that we have to continue to foster that layered approach so that we continue to meet our community's needs. So, and how they receive information. So we have in-person meetings, right? We have all the different ways that we communicate. I also have to manage information overload, and so we have a lot of communication channels, and balancing that frequency and clarity to avoid overwhelming our residents, right? Because they'll tune out. And so I have some tools I use. So I have a social media tool that I use to schedule posts when things are most effective for engagement reasons. And so we're not posting at 11 o'clock, on a Tuesday. We post at 9 o'clock on a Tuesday. So there's some things that we're working on there. And then measuring impact. And so I gave you some good stats for Beaumont Nights, but I don't have that for everything we do. And so tracking and evaluating engagement is it can be challenging because some platforms provide it naturally, and some you have to kind of dig and create it yourself. And so that takes staff time and planning efforts. And so before you tonight is a revised strategic plan. I provided a red line document as well as a clean version. I do want to note a couple next steps for year 2. This is a 3-year plan, and we've completed year 1. And so what you'll see next meeting is actually a preview of our new and improved city website, which will launch in April. And so you'll see the front page of that at the next meeting. And so that's something on the horizon. It'll have improved website navigation design and additional features such as a chatbot, which will be useful for our residents. Increasing real-time engagement through interactive platforms and live Q&A. We did that last year with the road shows, and we're going to continue that with Mayor Laura with some in-person meetings at the HOAs and at Panera Bread. So we have about eight total for that. And then as we continue to modernize our approach with analytics and automation, I spoke about Beaumont Nights. I facilitated a form to help with automation so that staff could get real-time entries for vendor applications. And so continue to work and modernize the ways that we do business here at the City of Beaumont, and analytics, like I had mentioned. And so with that, tonight's staff report and the recommendation is to receive and file the update. Obviously open for comments if you have any suggestive feedback or. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Open up for council comments. Councilmember White.
I just want to thank you for, I think it was an amazing year as far as the public outreach and the communication, so I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Finn.
Just a big thank you as well. So appreciate it, Julian, and having served as mayor and your assistance with that was very beneficial. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
And I just echo that. What an incredible amount of work that you've done, and it shows. And again, with all the positive feedback I get from the community, a lot of that has to do with your communication, your different levels and everything that you're doing. So I just appreciate that, and thank you, and continue it. So appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt.
Yes, absolutely. I appreciate all the efforts that you've put forth. I think the interaction on social media we can watch and see, and it's been wonderful to see the new mayor bi-monthly updates. I think are great. To be able to get real-time information out there was a strategic goal of ours, and it's nice to see it come to fruition. The road shows were a great addition, and we have heard lots of positive feedback on those as well. So keep up the great work, and if there's nothing further, I can make a motion unless you had.
Sure, just wanted to say thank you, and it's a pleasure working with you, and look forward to working through the rest of the year. See what we can do. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I will make a motion to receive and file the report as an update of the communication strategic plan and provide, and you've received our direction. So receive and file. Thank you.
I'll second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Laura?
Yes. And that brings us to J13, Economic Development Marketing Slogan. Ms. Julie?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, when the comment was made earlier about the fund department, I kind of got a little offended. I feel like communications or, the division, the PIO is definitely the fun. And this is one of the fun components with marketing and marketing slogans. As you guys are aware, we're developing lots of material in preparation for ICSC and just material that's needed generally for economic development. And we're just at a moment now where a slogan would be beneficial. And so I presented a few slogans to EDC last week with Joseph Kale from Economic Development, and they gave some feedback, refined some. And so tonight I'm here to present the three with, obviously it's open to council to modify or add as desired. So, and it goes without saying that this just reinforces the city's identity. It's in line with the city's slogan already, which is a city elevated, and it can differentiate us from other competing cities. And so it's important, I think, as well as we brand our promotional material, that we establish a slogan for economic development for the city of Beaumont. And so the three slogans that were approved by EDC to come now here for council's approval, and I'll read them, is elevating business, growing communities. Number 2 is elevating your vision, building your dreams. And number 3 is build your vision and elevate your future. And so for council's comments and consideration.
Nicole, do you have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Open up for council comments or slogans. Councilmember White? Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Sure, I can start us off. I think I like number 1 the best, elevating business, growing communities. I think it speaks from what Beaumont is doing. The other 2, in my opinion, are directed towards the businesses. So I don't know, and maybe that's a question as to whether or not this is what Beaumont is doing for the businesses, or if we're looking to to impact the business, I guess. So maybe a little direction could help on that.
Sure. I would say it could go either way, but I would think primarily it's for businesses. But we have businesses here too, right? I get what you're saying, and I'd probably rely on council's direction for that.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm going to ICSC and I'm seeing a booth there, and it's the City of Beaumont's booth, in my opinion, the City of Beaumont elevating businesses and growing communities. Like that's the tagline, I think, is what I'm looking at seeing. And then as the businesses are coming to us, we're then telling them, hey, our community is who's important to us. We want your business to come in so that we can continue to grow the community. And so I think that's why I would lean towards number 1.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, I'd agree with number 1 too, and I feel that has a we undertone to it. So that's why I like it.
Councilmember Martinez?
Just a quick question on our economic issues with our department. I understand we're trying to get it for ICSC. Probably we have banners we want to get printed and all that before May coming. So I'm assuming that's kind of why we're pushing. It just seemed to me that having an economic director or manager weigh in would make sense. But I understand that we're probably under the gun as far as time. I was in the EDC when we discussed this, and there was a lot of discussion, modified here and there. So I appreciate their input. They were very motivated and eager to contribute. So I appreciate that from the EDC members. I too like number 1 as well. It uses the word business, and that's something that they really wanted to make sure too that they promoted, because it was from a business point of view. It wasn't the city's tagline; it was the economic tagline, and that's why they wanted to make sure that that was one of the choices for us, is that they had business in there. Growing communities, I like. We are growing communities, so I don't know if that makes it sound like we keep building, but that's good for business. So I do also support number 1. But I was just wondering about where we were on the economic process with directors. So I don't think it'd be prudent to wait until somebody comes in place to weigh in because of our time schedule. Would you agree on that? Or?
The manager position will be on site and working March 24th. and the director is in background, and it'll be
Well, yeah, be sometime
April
March,
10th, April 7th, somewhere around there.
May. Okay, well, it's always something we can.
April 7th for the director.
Right. I mean, it's always something we can adjust in the future, I guess. Put something out there, get something we like, and then get more input down the road. We don't have any economic consultants right now, right? We do have some.
We have Rob Steele and Mike Bush is helping us with
Okay, and those are the
ICSC.
two. But as far as retail coach and all that stuff, we don't have any of them, right?
No, council elected not to renew
Okay.
retail coach.
And then, and who was the one that helped us with our elevating city tagline? We don't have them, right?
Oh, I don't remember the name of
Okay,
that
but we don't
consulting
have
firm.
that. Okay, all right. I just wanted to back up, but I support number one as well, so.
Do we have consensus, looks like on number one?
I haven't heard from Mr. White. He's neutral, so.
I'll leave these decisions to you guys.
Well, there's no colors to choose from, so we're doing pretty good.
Want to bring back the tiles?
If I think you guys are going off straight, I'll let you know.
Do you have, do you have what you need?
I do, thank you.
All right. That brings us to item J14. Mr. Pinckney, this would be for inquiry of the city-hosted candidate forum.
Yes, at the request of Councilmember White, my office researched the parameters and coordinated it with the city clerk as well of a city-hosted or city candidate forum. And there were two primary laws that we focused on. One was the Brown Act, as you know. The Brown Act is a sunshine law that requires that the people's business be done in open and public with limited exceptions. And the other body of law that we looked at was the Political Reform Act, and specifically the aspect of the Political Reform Act dealing with campaign contributions. There are materials attached in the packet, both a section from the League of California Cities guide on the Brown Act, and then also an Attorney General opinion on the Political Reform Act dealing with the topic that is before you this evening. And I'll just turn to the materials that we have instead of reading you the staff report. First question is whether holding a candidate forum can be done in compliance with the Brown Act. And there, in the materials that you have, there was a question presented, a local chamber, it's a hypothetical question that was presented and then answered. A local chamber of commerce sponsors an open and public candidate debate during an election campaign. 3 of the 5 agency members are up for re-election and all 3 participate. All of the candidates are asked their views on a controversial project scheduled for a meeting to occur just after the election. May the 3 incumbents answer the question. The answer is yes, because the Chamber of Commerce, not the city, is organizing the debate. The city should not sponsor the event or assign city staff to help organize or run the event. Also, the Brown Act does not constrain the incumbents from expressing their views regarding important matters facing the local agency as part of the political process, the same as any other candidates. Finally, incumbents participating in the event should take care to limit their remarks to the program set by the chamber and safeguard due process by indicating they will keep an open mind regarding specific applications that might come before the council. So that's the Brown Act. Then we turn to the Political Reform Act, and it's the second opinion that is from the FPPC contained in your packet. And the 2 questions that I'll focus on that are in the Attorney General opinion are, number 1, can the city conduct a city council candidate forum or debate at a city-owned facility hosted by a third-party organization to be televised on Pinole TV? Second, can the city televise video recorded candidate statements on Pinole TV? And the conclusion on the first question was that the act does not prohibit the city from conducting a candidate forum or debate at a city-owned facility hosted by a third-party organization to be televised on the city's television channel, provided that all candidates have equal time and opportunity to participate. The second answer is that the act does not prohibit the city from televising recorded candidate statements on the city's TV program, provided that all candidates have equal time and opportunity to participate. In terms of the factual background that went into the FPPC providing this opinion, I think the most salient facts are that the city owns, in this particular opinion, they were dealing with a situation where the city owned and operated a public access cable television channel known as Pinole Community Television. Pinole TV is based out of Pinole City Hall, receives essentially all of its funding from the city of Pinole, both from the city general fund and from the public education and government fees collected by the city from cable franchises. The city is currently considering allowing a third-party organization to host a city council candidate debate or forum at the city facility such as City Hall. It would be filmed and broadcast in Pinole TV. The analysis that I will, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing and read it to you, but I will focus on certain portions of the analysis provided in the opinion. First, the FPPC notes that generally we have advised that providing a forum to a candidate without charging the candidate for the cost of the event is considered an in-kind contribution. However, where a forum is made available to all candidates for the same office, we've advised that no contribution results. A media provider which did not extend the opportunity for free advertising time to all candidates for the same office or to both sides of a ballot issue would be deemed to be making a contribution to the candidate or committee which received the free airtime. And as you know, cities are prohibited from making campaign contributions or using public resources in furtherance of a candidate or ballot measure. But then it goes on to explain that if all candidates in an election for a specific office are invited on the same terms and conditions to the event, the cost of the event will not result in contributions to any candidate. The city may pay for the costs and televise on Pinole TV a debate hosted by a third-party organization as long as each candidate has an opportunity to be included in the debate. So, based on that information, and I'm more than happy to try to answer any questions that you have, it would seem that if the city were to allow an outside organization to host the event, you can have it at a city facility, you can televise it without that constituting an impermissible or illegal campaign contribution. You know, the key variable there, I think, is that an outside organization hosts it. They organize it, they promote it, they put it on their website, they provide a moderator if there's a moderator, and that the city would be able to use a city facility without it constituting a campaign contribution. So I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pinckney. Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Mia, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers.
Okay, I'll open it up for council comments.
And Mayor, just briefly, I want to be real clear that by providing this report and giving you that information, I'm not advocating for or against. I'm just providing information and the parameters that are set forth in the law. So.
Thank you.
May I say something to the council?
You'll have to address it at the podium.
Open public comment or?
So I am probably one of the few people that have actually ran for a city council in this seat. And the last time that I did, when I talked to city staff, I got all the answers. I have never had a problem with city staff. I wanted to let you know that I have complete confidence that you guys are going to make the right decision. And what Mr. Pinkley just stated, I fully agree with, and I have confidence that this thing, if you do decide to move forward with this, I have complete confidence in the city staff and your decision that everything would be run as fair as possible. I think it's a great idea if that's what the council initiated. and I would like to see it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Castaldo. Council comments? Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, question for Mr. Pinckney. So obviously, if a third party were to organize and host, and we were to have it at the city facility, what's the extent of our, well, obviously, we'd waive any type of fee for the rental, but how about when it comes to any type of security and that kind of stuff? Is that a part of the facility, or would that start crossing the line as we go into, well, you're providing security on taxpayer money and so forth? I'm just trying to see what our extent is.
If, as long as you make the forum available to all candidates, they have an opportunity and are given, an equal time, then it's not considered to be a contribution. There's the opinions that I went over do not address the issue of having, if you had as many staff members that were required to be there as you have tonight, I think that would be going too far. But the opinions don't address that. What they say is that it wouldn't be a contribution if the city provided the equipment and televised it and had it at a city facility. But there's, like a lot of areas in law, there's not a, clear demarcation when you cross over. And I think it would be based on the facts. But I would recommend that if the city is going to do this, that you have a third party host it. I went online a couple of times now to look at how some cities have done it. I've seen it done in some city halls. A lot of cities now are doing it at they're not doing it at the city hall council chambers, but they're doing it at auxiliary facilities like recreation centers. But some cities do it at city hall in the council chambers. Years ago, I know one of the cities in the Coachella Valley used to hold the candidate forums, which were hosted by the chamber at City Hall. But I noticed that last year during the election, it appeared, the one that I was able to find online, that they did that at a recreation center in town rather than City Hall. And I'm not sure what their reason for that was. The type of organizations that I've seen host these events include probably most commonly chambers of commerce. In addition to that, League of Women Voters hosted one that I found, and then there are other community groups out there that host them. And the locations range that I've seen, and I'm not saying this is an exhaustive list, but I've seen them at libraries, and I think Ranch Mirage, they did theirs at the library in Ranch Mirage, the new library. I've seen them in school buildings. I have seen on city properties and some in council chambers and even some at HOA clubhouses. So, I think that the first thing is if the council's inclined to do it, have somebody else host it. That's pretty clear from the information that's provided. And then limit the amount of staff time that's going to be involved in televising it, because presumably you would want to televise it. So if that's what you're going to do, then I would keep it to a minimum.
All right,
and as
well,
long as you're fair and you give every candidate running for that office an opportunity to participate, then according to the FPPC opinion, it doesn't constitute an illegal campaign contribution.
Thank you. I do remember my first year as I ran, we had it here in the gym, and it was hosted by the chamber. My first year I ran. So, I'm not opposed to obviously going with the third party, route. We can't do it ourselves. I really don't think we need to initiate anything. I think now that the word's out, we sit here, and if anyone comes to us and asks us, then we can go from there. But I think we should take the minimalist approach. Don't push it, just sit and wait, let them come to us, and then we can decide. But as long as we're doing the third party approach where it's very minimal and it's, in the gym, chatting, wherever that happens, I would be okay with that. But I did have an issue with having city staff, so I'm glad that that opinion was read, because I agree with that. But that's all.
And I also want to qualify that we were focused on a city council candidate forum, but this would also, I think the same analysis apply to candidates that might want to use city facilities and have it televised the way we televise these, however we televise them on the internet or what have you, or YouTube, whatever it may be. If there were other offices that were open and there were candidates running and you wanted to hold a forum for them, like say,
Yeah,
you
that
know,
one
the school
was.
board or something like that.
one
I
had
think the
had
same
water
analysis
parks,
applies.
City council, it was all invited on that one, so I do remember that. Thank you.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you. Question for Mr. Pinckney. First off, to make sure that it's fair, and it's mentioned an invitation is given, is it just the invitation itself is sufficient, or what if a candidate is unable to attend? Let's say, for example, they say, we got one night only Friday night, and candidate B can't make it. Does that cause any particular problems?
The opinion that's in your packet uses the terms equal time and opportunity to participate. So you can't compel them to participate. You can give them equal time and opportunity. If there was a candidate forum where an organization favored a candidate and gave them 80% of the time and the remaining candidates 20% of the time, that's not really equal time. So it should be done in a way where everybody gets equal time, and equal opportunity is making sure that everybody that's running for that particular office is given an opportunity to participate.
Okay.
And it's done in a fair manner. But if one of them doesn't show up and they make that choice not to show up, then, I don't think that would necessarily preclude you from doing
Okay.
this.
And then
But
in deciding.
let me add to that.
Okay.
So, if all but one of the candidates says, I can't do it on that date, then that's not really giving them an equal opportunity to participate in the debate or the candidate forum. So the organization that's setting this up should do it in a way where they try to coordinate with the candidates to make sure that dates are selected, or a date is selected that as many of the candidates as possible can make it.
Okay.
If not all, preferably all.
And in the broadcasting format, comparing perhaps live to a rebroadcast where they record it and then post it later, if it were a live event and they ran into technical difficulties, could that open it up to be problems if a candidate said, hey, they cut the live feed on me because your equipment went down? Or so in that potential, would it be best recommended if the city were to host something like that it be recorded and then posted at that point?
That's a good point that you raise. If one of the candidates made their closing statement and the technology failed, the broadcasting of it failed, then, certainly they might make the argument that the city did that intentionally, especially if it was a candidate forum for city council candidates. And one of the non-incumbents, their closing statement was cut off. So I think recording it and then having it broadcast or made available, preferably through the organization hosting it. And you mentioned city hosting it. I think the advice here is that some other organization host it.
I meant
Yeah.
on a city facility, but somebody
Yeah.
else was still the host. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. And then another question I have, in reference to the host, the hosting entity, the one that's conducting the forum, would it be a problem if that entity had endorsed a particular candidate or made any campaign contributions to that candidate? For example, I'll just give one. I'm a realtor. Let's say the Board of Realtors endorsed me, and they came and wanted to do the candidate forum for City Council, and I show up, and that hosting agency has already endorsed me prior to that event, or perhaps contributed to my campaign. Would that cause a problem?
So none of the materials address that issue. Private organizations do endorse candidates from time to time. The focus is not on that issue in the analysis provided. Rather, it's focused on providing equal time and equal opportunity in it being hosted by a third-party organization. So I'm not aware that that would make a difference. It would make a difference if that organization slanted the candidate forum in a way, that
Where it favored
highlighted
yeah.
and favored their candidate, and it's one of those things, it when you see it. The public would know it, and then you might get complaints that are filed with the FPPC that it was set up and conducted in a way that favored, a particular candidate. So, for example, if you gave every candidate a really hard question, and then you gave one of the candidates a very simple, easy softball question, those kind of allegations could be made. But we wouldn't really control that because the city wouldn't be choosing the questions, wouldn't be choosing the moderator. The outside organization would be doing that as the host. We'd just be providing a facility, and we'd be providing, the equipment to record it, broadcast it. But I think it's important that it be conveyed to any host that it needs to be fair and that there must be equal to opportunity and time provided to those that participate.
Okay, thank you. And I do appreciate the comment Mr. Martinez made about the wait and see. I think if the city were to allow a place to happen, I don't think that the chamber, if it's for city council, I don't think the dais is a good place for it. I feel that I feel an incumbent would have a home field advantage in that aspect. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember White?
So first of all, the reason I tried to do this, if you guys expect a third party to come in and host it, it's never going to happen. I can tell you that right now because of all the issues you've already raised. They're not going to want to do that. But Mr. Pink, you know how these letters with the FPPC go is you lay out what you're trying to do and what you want to accomplish. The fact that that question was asking whether or not if a third party hosted it, would it be okay to do it? And the response was, as far as we can tell, that's okay to do it. But they didn't address the issue of whether or not the city could host it. And I think if you look at the laws in 2017, 2018, the legislature changed the law to say that cities could do this. So, a couple things I wanted to bring up. As incumbents, we have significant advantage. We've all been there on the other side. I've been there where you had an administration and a city that wanted to do everything they could to make it difficult for me to get elected. In the COVID years, I put together something that I got another group to host so that Mr. Finn and Mr. Martinez were able to have a conversation and to defend their positions on what they've done in their 4 years or however many terms they're here. Also gives a chance for someone else to bring up their points. But I think the biggest thing it gives to an incumbent, especially, to a challenger, especially in today's environment, we saw the last election was all social media, all digital, all podcast. It was not signs. It was not as much advertising as it should be. When I ran the first time for school board, there was a meeting, a hosting of all the different agencies and boards here at City Hall. And I think that worked really well. The following year, or when I ran for council, Mr. Castaldo will remember it, and you do too, it was at Solera. Right. And Solera hosted it. But since then, we haven't had anyone willing to host it. I mean, you listen to what you guys are asking. You're asking, well, what if the questions are this? What if the questions are that? I wanted to do it this year for the current council, for the past election, because, again, I don't think people know who they're voting for. They hear our names, they know our names, so that's familiar to them. We know developers. We know people who can give us money for signs or for advertising. As a challenger, unless you've lived here a long time and built a whole lot of relationships that are strong financial supporting type relationships, you do not have an even playing field. But if you have a chance to go and put out your positions, challenge the incumbents on their positions, and do this in a YouTube environment where you as a candidate can then link to that on your, you can do a free website. So a candidate can put up a free website, link to the YouTube that makes it look good for them. They can slice and dice and cut it up. and now you're giving them more of a chance to compete. I think that it's our duty as a city to be able to provide as much knowledge to our voters to help them make a decision. And I think that I think what we should do, and by the way, to answer your question issue, it's the same thing I did for you guys. I went to the candidates and I said, okay, give me 3 questions that each of you would like to be asked. And those questions could be asked of you, or actually the questions are asked of all candidates. So all candidates have to answer the same question. And once the moderator gets the list, and I'm thinking the city can be the moderator here. So once the moderator gets the list of the candidates' questions, they put them together in a list of 10 questions. They send them back out to the candidates. They give candidates veto power. You can veto 2 or 3 questions that you don't want to see, and then you can select your favorite from the others. And they have a full idea of what they're going to be asked. Everyone's going to be asked the same question. There's no input or bias from the moderator because they know what questions are being asked. And I just think that we're not doing our community a service if we don't try and level the playing field as much as possible. And I think and that's where I disagree with you, Councilmember Finn, on the dais. I think what we have set up here would provide the studio that would make this work. And so my thought is that we write our own letter to the FPPC, and we lay it out in the way that we would like to do it. And we can have a further conversation on that. But I think if we laid it out that we were going to host it, we were going to pay for it, whatever we're going to do or not do. But I can tell you, if we're going to get a third party to host it, number one, and if we're going to sit around and expect and wait for a third party to come and volunteer to host it, it's not going to happen. I do think we should make a decision on whether or not a third party does come and want to do this, because when I came to do this, it was hard. I mean, I went to city manager, I went to city attorney, and it was not something that I could put together. And I was trying to line up the financing to do it as well. I just think most third parties, especially chambers, especially even the parties, the Republican parties, Riverside, the Democratic, but those aren't really a good solution. So I just don't know who you think's going to come in and do a third party. So if if you guys are stuck on that position, then I think we're at it's DOA in my opinion. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I have concerns having staff get involved. I think it puts them in an awkward position. I think if there's enough interest in it, there would be a third party to host it, if it's that important to the community. Also have concerns in regards to city funds being spent to that extent, or having staff invest the time and the energy in it. I fully support donating a facility, and if we need to donate the cameras and the sound system, I'm good with that. I agree with Councilmember Finn. I think having it up on the dais has an advantage, especially if you start to worry about, what if we have 8 candidates? You've got 5 seats. Who sits up at the top and who sits down below? I think at the Chatney Center, you have a stage that can accommodate as many candidates as necessary. But that's just my thought. I do agree with the third party, and I do agree with having the city provide a facility. Councilmember Martinez?
I just want a couple comments. So I do understand that a forum is absolutely necessary. I mean, it gets that point out. People need to see their candidates, and
their incumbents.
And their candidates. Well, they're candidates, and I appreciate the one that I was in, and even the one before that here. My concern is that you mentioned nobody wants to do it, but half of the battle we're taking over that burden. Because when you were looking for a place to host it and how much they were going to charge you and were they going to, donate it. Here we know that it's already available. And then
I had agreement that the place would be here, and that was okay. But there were other things that were popping up that, again, I just don't know.
Well, my problem is that it gives a huge advantage to the incumbent. I mean, if they're having it at City Hall, especially if they're in the dais, they're familiar with being up here.
Well, forget the dice.
Okay,
Do it at the-
but
do it
again,
at
if
the
you're
podium.
having city do it, you know city staff, so if an incumbent knows, hey, Rick, how's it going? You're gonna be moderating, great, I'm trying to take that out of
But wouldn't that
any of the
happen with
argument.
a third party?
No,
If the
because
third
if
party
the,
is
let's,
somebody who was a candidate, how would you know that they're not?
no, but you have to admit, you already have that huge advantage of being here and knowing the staff. If you happen to have a third party like a chamber that came up and did it, and they happen to pick Bob, and you know Bob, sure, that's gonna happen, it's a small town.
Would you think most of the third parties are gonna know us incumbents more than they're gonna know the challengers?
Well, it depends too, but if you're having it here, then you have a half advantage that way and a half advantage this way, so it kind of washes. But I understand, nobody's gonna wanna take that leap, and I understand that, but you're getting the city in the middle of something where you now have complaints. Oh, you had the city do it and they know the city, or you had them do it here and they're comfortable with the city and stuff. We don't really need to be there. I think what we need to do is find, I said we should stay out of it, but if we're going to your approach, then there needs to be some very big entities that are here in the city.
That's
that-
not my approach. My approach is the city.
Well, okay, my approach is let someone come to us, but if you were to go out and solicit and say, hey, anybody interested, you've got big names here. I mean, you've got a Parks Department, you've got a chamber, you've got, people that hopefully would be involved. I can't help it if they're not, and I can't help it if they're.
I just see the way the political climate is, social media and online, you're not gonna get those groups who wanna stick their neck out. And I understand that. I guess my idea of a public forum that the public can come to or be able to view in streamed videos over the next 3 months during a campaign, I think that benefit is worth contributing an investment. And I don't see how, if you do it in a way where the candidates get to decide the forum as to what they're going to choose. I just think it's a way that we're providing a public service. And
No.
yes, it costs money, but it's a public service.
No, I agree. I agree. I don't want to put the city in that middle there where, you're doing city council and the city's doing it. Don't you see that being kind of a conflict?
No, I don't, because I think the city wouldn't be, there would not be any financial benefit to anybody running because the city's doing it. And I think the city, more than a third party, could provide a non-biased environment.
Well,
I've seen them do it.
I have no doubt that they wouldn't. I mean, we know Mr. Castaldo made a comment. I mean, our city staff would obviously be neutral and do the best professional job they could. I'm just trying to take out that.
Understood. I can read the
Yes,
room,
so.
and I think we're going with the hosted, and that to me means it's dead on the arrival. So at this point, I don't need to argue
Why
my
don't,
position anymore.
I think we can make a decision on the third-party hosted in a city facility for now, but why don't we go back with the letter suggestion like you had, and then that way it still doesn't make it dead, it might need a little resuscitation.
The only problem I have with that, Mayor, if I may add, is that sure, you can write a letter, but that letter is only going to answer or opinion on what you are asking.
Right, so we would have to come up with a detailed ask.
Right, but
About
it
the
can't
city.
cover Joe Blow's
We can do
complaint
we can do our best.
that they came in and they got biased and blah, 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 blah. So you're putting us back into
We
that.
can do our best, but I think the spirit of the law that allowed cities to do this needs to be understood. But again, I really don't want to waste any more time on this.
All right, well, I know it was true to you,
I don't see it going
so-
anywhere else, yeah.
Okay, so
All right,
third-party
well.
city facility.
Yeah, I think Mr. Martinez's suggestion, which is we just don't do anything and wait and hope that someone comes in.
If you feel that we should go and advocate for someone to come to us,
I don't think a third party is going to be any less biased than the city. I think a third party is going to be more biased.
okay.
Like I said, was this a motion or just direction?
Just direction.
Okay.
Okay, brings us to item K, legislative updates and discussion.
There is none. We are tracking the federal funding back east very closely. And hopefully by the next meeting, we'll have more information. It is holding up one of our projects on a contract award, so.
Economic development update?
Oh, there we go. The report out from the Economic Development Committee meeting last week was we did a reorganization, and the chairperson is Betty Rader with Beneke as the co-chair, vice chair. And then two of the items that were discussed were brought up tonight, which was the slogan, and then Mayor Pro Tem brought up the the mural crosswalks or painted crosswalks. So that's the only report out we have.
Thank you. City Treasurer report? Looks like it's under M1. City Clerk report. Okay. City Attorney report. City Manager report.
Just a couple of announcements before I get to P1. On February 26th from 9 to 11 a.m. at Panera, the city will be hosting Coffee with the Cop. The other event that I wanted to announce is this Thursday, February 20th at the CRC from 5 to 8. It's a free event. It's called Single and Mingle, and it is for active adults 55 plus. And I believe the Lions Club will be serving beer and wine. And again, it is a free event. As for the Cherry Festival Parade, I just wanted to quickly update council. I reached out to the Cherry Festival. We did receive a special permit application for the Cherry Festival itself. However, the parade application was not in that packet. When I inquired about it, I was not aware that there had been a letter sent from the Rotary Club to CFA stating that they would not be doing the parade this year. And so I reached out again to the Cherry Festival Association. They do not have an update for me on whether or not they're going to hold the parade. Actually, what she said is, as of right now, the board of directors has not thoroughly discussed the plan, so she was unable to give me an update, but they are meeting. The board of directors for the Cherry Festival Association is meeting on Wednesday, the 26th, and so I'll know more after that.
Thank you.
Mayor, I do have a request to speak on this item.
Okay.
David Castaldo?
I am very passionate about the Cherry Festival Parade. And the only reason why I sat here for
Thank you. I've been, as long as I've been a Rotary member, 25 years, I've been involved in some way with the parade. Councilmember Martinez, let me give you a quick understanding of what my understanding of the parade is. And first off, I want to make sure I am speaking on behalf of my own personal. I fully believe and back the Rotary Club, my club, on their decision. The Cherry Festival was designed, intent was for the cherry growers to sell their wares and promote the city of Beaumont. The parade was designed and created to bring more people in here into the city and promote that. The Rotary Club was involved because, and what they got out of it over the years was they got a preferred booth at the Cherry Festival. That was the payment to the Rotary Club. Okay. When you asked Mr. Bright about the relationship with the city has always bent over backwards to promote that parade. One of the issues, my understanding, I'm not talking on behalf of the Rotary Club, is as you are a teacher and you are responsible for students, if there's an emergency, something that happens, I'm sure you feel personally responsible for the safety of every one of your students at that particular time. Mr. Merle, Bruce Merle, has ran the Interact Club for the last 25 years, maybe 30 years. In light of past incidents where people have ran through barricades, made a statement by violence at certain parades, and this has happened in the last year and a half. Mr. Merle first feels personally responsible for the safety of every one of those interactors. That's one of the issues, my understanding, not the club. Mr. Lara, I'm going to look you in the eye, and I respect you, but I can almost bet my life that at the very first parade, there was a Lara attending that parade. This parade is a Beaumont institution. It's over 100 years old. It is in a class of probably 5 other parades in the state of California as the oldest in the state. Lloyd, we have been through the parade together. It's enjoyable. I don't think there's any other event in the city of Beaumont that has a most diverse attendance than that parade. It's a Beaumont institution. Please do whatever you can to continue that institution. I'm a traditionalist. This is very important, I think, to the city of Beaumont. Councilmember Voigt, the Beaumont Cherry Festival Parade is to Beaumont 10 times more than what the Christmas parade is to Yucaipa. And you understand how important.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please consider this and do whatever this council can to keep that institution going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Brings up future agenda items. Q. The only one I'd like to add is just to make sure that we memorialize the addition of the alternate in the Finance and Audit Committee. Just want to make sure that we make that adjustment, make it official, and then bring that back, if you would, please. Are we good with that? Mm-hmm. Okay. Any others? All right. Council reports. Councilmember Finn?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. Several meetings I attended, nothing really big to pass on, but it was our Riverside Transit Agency's Finance Committee, which I'd been appointed to, Transportation Now, and then our PASCOM, which is Emergency Preparedness. I also attended the library expansion groundbreaking. That was nice. We had a good turnout even on a rainy day for that, so that was good. Also attended the chamber breakfast, and then we had a presentation on the benefits of using the Ontario Airport, so that was nice to see. And then wanted to report in a little bit more detail on 2 other items. Our CFD search tool that we put together as a city was submitted for a Helen Putnam Award for Cal Cities. Unfortunately, we didn't win the award, but it did catch their attention that they came back and they're putting together an article about that. And so our CFD search tool, yeah. And so the mayor, myself, and our city manager participated in an interview for that. And so that article will be coming out soon in their publication. What was it? In March. So we're looking forward to that. So pretty excited. And then also having attended a couple of Cal Cities events and looking at all the different caucuses that they have and trying to figure out where I might fit in, I had passed on a request for a Veterans Caucus. And somebody paid attention and they reached out to many council members across the state, and we had a Zoom meeting roundtable discussion, which may eventually lead to a Veterans Caucus within the Cal Cities, is what we're hoping for. And so they have an interest. kind of website you can log on to and share that information with. And so I'd asked our city manager to share that with our neighbors with the hope that we can get the Pass area represented by at least a council member from each city on that. So looking forward to that. So I was excited about that. And actually, that's it. So, so it was a busy 2 weeks for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Finn. Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, just real briefly, I attended the Three Ring Grants Elementary Career Day, and I want to give a shout out to Nicole and Julie for providing the materials I needed for that. That was great, and I ended up on the website for the district, and I don't know if yeah, so thank you for that. That went really well. I attended the Youth Council meeting and the EDC meeting, and that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember White?
Nothing to report.
Mayor Pro Tem Voigt?
Yes, I attended the library groundbreaking as well. Great event. I'm happy to support that. So, and they also had their new bookmobile out. And so awesome to see that for our community. I also attended the Economic Development Committee. And I don't think it was last week, but the week before I accidentally attended the Finance and Audit Committee. So, getting those calendars straight here and there.
Thank you very much. Yes, I attended the library groundbreaking, and what was interesting was it was 111 years to the date from the original groundbreaking. And before anybody says it, no, I did not attend that. So, so it was a great event. It's great to see the potential for the library growth, and that's all I have. And so with that, I'll adjourn the regular session, and council will be going into closed session.